As of 5:31 p.m. I would respectfully ask everyone attending this meeting to mute yourself unless you are recognized to speak. During today's meeting, we are providing communication access real-time translation, also known as CART. Anyone who would like access to this service should send an email to the RTD board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com, and a link will be provided. Additionally, the CART transcript can be automatically translated for anyone who would like access to a live transcript of this meeting in Spanish. A live stream of this meeting is also available via RTD's YouTube page. So let me now call the roll call for committee members. So Committee Vice Chair Arcuri.
Here.
Director Geisinger.
Here.
Director Guchenritter. Okay, we just for everyone's information, he is on a business trip in California, but he is going to try to join us later today. Director Guzman.
I'm here.
Okay, Director Larson.
Here.
And Director Rusha, have you joined us yet? Nope, not yet. And I am also present. Okay, so for the
Director
record.
Rusha has joined.
Okay, Director Rusha?
Yes.
Are you present?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for the record, I see we have, let's see, Director O'Keefe, Director Troy Whitmore. And do we have any other directors that I'm missing?
Harwick.
Oh, hi, Ian. And we also have Director Harwick. Thank you for joining. Okay. So please note that tonight's agenda includes a significant number of discussion items, action items, and updates. To ensure we are able to cover everything, I will be mindful of our time and may implement reasonable time limits throughout the meeting because we've got a lot to talk about tonight. We've got some difficult decisions. I would like to conclude the meeting. My goal is no later than 9 p.m., although if we can conclude earlier, that would be good too. Okay, so then with that, public comment, I would like to open public comment to anyone who would like to address the committee regarding any topic listed in the published meeting agenda for the current and immediately preceding agendas. If you wish to speak and have not already, if you would like to speak and have not done so, you can raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. That's good information for in case you're not doing Zoom. During this time, the committee will not offer any direct comments or responses. However, if you would like to be contacted regarding your public comment, please email the RTD board office at rtd.boardoffice@rtd-denver.com. So Mr. Kroll, do we have any hands raised for public comment?
At this time, we have one individual, Andrew Iltis.
Okay. Mr. Hiltis, would you like to speak? You've got 2 minutes.
Yes, thanks so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Yeah, good evening. My name is Andrew Iltis. I'm the Senior Vice President for Planning at the Downtown Denver Partnership and the Director for the Downtown Denver Transportation Management Association. And thanks so much for the opportunity to address the committee tonight. We are definitely concerned about the proposal to reduce downtown transit service, particularly inclusion of the elimination of the free ride and cuts to other key routes that serve the urban core. These changes don't simply reduce transit service, they reduce access. We also have concerns about the framework being used to identify service reductions. The proposals appear to rely in part on whether service is considered duplicative. And while that approach makes sense in some parts of the system, it does not necessarily reflect how transit functions in a dense urban center. In downtown, as you know, high-frequent service is not interchangeable. Multiple routes operating on similar corridors are not redundant. They create frequency, reliability, and flexibility that makes it a practical transit choice. The free ride in particular is more than a shuttle. It's the spine of 16th Street, connecting Union Station, Civic Center offices, hotels, restaurants, retail, cultural destinations. Downtown Denver, the city, and others have invested hundreds of millions of dollars to rebuild and reimagine 16th Street. and maintaining transit service is critical to realizing that investment. The Downtown Denver Partnerships travel survey, our travel survey, found that 20% of people who use transit downtown finish their trip on the free ride. So, and they probably don't consider it as a two trip transit trip into downtown because it is such a unique service. We recognize the financial challenges that are being faced. And instead of accepting a proposal on its face like we've seen, we encourage RTD and its partners to work together to identify solutions that preserve frequent service, high quality service where it has the greatest economic impact. And investing in downtown transit service is really an investment in the entire region's economy. So thank you so much for your consideration. We look forward to the conversation tonight and are happy to submit these comments in written form as well. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you for taking the time to join us. Mr. Kroll, do we have any other participants on Zoom? No.
There are no other participants.
Do we have any other participants, not in the queue, but have sent emails that we need to?
Director Banker, Chair Banker, no written comments were submitted for this committee.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so there are no presentations from external entities this month. First, I'll apologize for the barking dog in the background. I am fostering a new collie, and she's still learning how to be polite. But here's how I'd like to start the meeting. There are a couple things that I wanted to say because this is going to be a difficult meeting, and I'm going to ask for everyone's help. And so I just have a couple of remarks I want to make. I want to state, I know we all ran for election, and we didn't think we'd be making such hard decisions at the end of this year. And we have a lot of hard, difficult decisions ahead of us. As we all know, we have a deficit of 200 million or more. And I will be the first one to say that I don't want to raise fares and I don't want to cut service. But I also, we can't go forward with a $200 million deficit. So we've got some limited options. We really have to give our staff direction by the end of July because the month of August is going to be pretty much the time they're going to be putting together the budget, and they need to know what numbers they need to add into the budget. And so we're going to be talking about some of those things tonight. Now, I'm asking you all, please have an open mind, be ready to compromise. Some things I understand is going to be hard to compromise on, but I'm asking you to consider compromise because keep in mind, we're going to be taking this forward to the board, and then the whole board will be chiming in, and hopefully we can come to some group decision at that point. I did want to add, a very old wise man, Mick Jagger, has said, sometimes you don't always get what you want. And so keep that in mind. I would ask that everyone be polite, respectful, and think about the possibility of compromising to unify the RTD board. I want to ask everybody, please, to come together. Tonight, we're going to pass some good policy, and we're going to work toward balancing our budget. Very, very important work. And if anybody has a better way to come up with $200 million, aside from how we're going to start to approach it tonight, now's the time, let us know. But it's difficult for everybody. And so please keep that in mind that we're all searching, we all want to do the right thing for RTD, and we will. And so with that, I'd like to let everybody know Chair O'Keefe is joining us, and he also asked to speak to our committee before we start our work. So Chair O'Keefe, do you want to chime in and give us a few words?
Thank you, Chair Banker. I'm probably out in front of a couple things that I think people know we're going to talk about, but I realize it might be a new concept to one or two other people, so it's a little bit in advance. I wanted to commend Chair Banker for raising what I think is actually a very simple but important solution to how we talk about potential reductions in any or increases, revenue increases. rather than talk percentages, I think we will be better off talking finite numbers. It's more relatable to people. I mean, I think I got a pretty good seat, and I have a tough time telling you what 20% reduction means in real numbers based on our budget. So I think Chair Banker is going to raise that, and I think that's a very, very good solution for us to talk about these actions in money, not percentages. So thank you for that. I just wanted to echo her thoughts and what you're probably going to hear if you join OSS tomorrow night, that we do need to come together with some sort of cohesive package so staff can go research it. And it's hard to, if one group has 5 scenarios and the other one has 2, it's hard to reconcile those. So I'm not telling you not to raise ideas. It's got to be reconcilable in pretty short order, or we're gonna lose this window in July really quickly if we start on talking about apples and goldfish instead of red and green apples. The other thing I wanted to say, and I have talked to our staff who has put in a lot of work, and I think it's really important to understand how much time they have put in beyond their day jobs to help us kind of understand options, start to build out some evaluation, and respond to a lot of requests. I definitely want to thank them. I also have asked that we never distribute a list of these projects again with any kind of insinuation that that's a list. They are just illustrative right now. They are things that could be in, and I'm not saying don't worry about them. They are things that definitely could be in, but we're not voting tonight, tomorrow, or at the board in 2 weeks on any route reductions. We're asking our staff to go evaluate options for us on routes. And this is where my request, if we end up looking for $50 million worth of service savings, we should have options to choose from that are 80 million or 100 million. If we have a definitive list that comes back, there's no room for us to prioritize as a board. And so those lists are gonna grow in their options. And I maintain it is still much easier to make a good decision when it's compared next to a bad decision. And so I think it's healthy for us to have options that probably wouldn't ever be included, but they show, how much we're spending on particular services and, kind of the trade-offs. I think that gives us our best lens into it. But we've had a little bit of disconnect, not just in the public, but on our board, talking about these as definitive lists or things the board is voting to cut right now. You all get to vote on the actual cuts, and that comes in our budget. So I'm not telling anyone to stand down. I'm just saying distributing lists of projects and at this point and saying the board's voting to cut this or voting to cut that is not accurate, and it's injecting more urgency and probably fear in some people than is necessary at this point. We have tough choices. They are not happening this month. We are giving direction to go investigate right now. And so it's serious, but it is not final. And I think any attempt to come up with a final list right now would be ridiculous without any staff input. And everyone's got things that I know you want to protect, and I respect that. The lists right now are illustrative, and they almost should have XXX instead of project names right now, because we are confusing and alarming people on what is happening with each vote. So that's my plea, and we will fix that from my side too, working with staff. We'll make sure that we're showing that when there is a list that's real, we need to say that, and we'll be better about picking words that any member of the public could download our packet and understand. This is an illustrative draft list. It almost certainly won't be enacted this way, like almost a guarantee. It just shows you what it takes to get to 15, 40, $50 million of reductions. And that's really important to see what that means in comparative routes. But that list is not something we're voting on at this point. And so that's my plea as we're talking to other people. This is pretty inside baseball, and I get it, I understand, but we've got to be, better about how we're describing what we're voting on and when going forward. So thank you. I'm sorry for an early diatribe in the night, but thank you, Chair Banker, for letting me speak, and I appreciate everyone's efforts in getting us to a more stable place. I don't think it'll be a better place right now, but it'll be a more stable place. And then we can hopefully move forward with revenue ideas and kind of a more forward-looking motivational plan for the next 5, 10, 20 years. So thank you, Chair Banker. I'll be quiet unless you need me to say anything else. Thank you all.
Well, thank you for joining us tonight. I think what you've had to say is extremely important. And please do not hesitate to chime in when we do start the discussion. So basically, just a really quick overview, and then we'll be getting into some of the details pretty quickly. After much discussion, hearing from many of the board directors, whether it's phone calls, texts, emails, whatever, I realize we have many different opinions. We have to come together and make some decisions. But one of the decisions we're going to hopefully make tonight, we're just going to be talking about budget numbers to give direction to our staff so that they know what numbers to plug in. So when we're looking at whether it's fare increase options or if it's going to be potential service cuts, we are not voting on those. We're not even going to be talking about those, but you've got the information. You now know how much things cost or how much money we could raise. And as we get closer to those items, we'll talk more about that. But we decided that we will be taking out the percentage piece in the two measures we're going to be talking about, and we're going to try to come up with actual dollar figures. So with that, let's kick off the agenda here. So we're going to go a little bit out of order, but I think with CFO Mackey talking to us about information on the fare information that she has that we meant to do at the last committee meeting, but we ran out of time. It turns out perhaps that was a good thing because we're now going to be kicking this meeting off with that kind of discussion because we're going to be making some decisions in the next few minutes. So if I could, I'd like to ask Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer, Kelly Irving, Civil Rights Director, and Chris Quinn, Planning Project Manager, to present this item to the committee. And this item is Fare Change Research and Questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Banker. I'm Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer, and I will walk the committee through the fare change research that was completed by staff and a consultant upon request of the committee to evaluate the potential boarding and revenue impacts of fare increases at the 10% and 25% levels. Tonight's discussion will cover our current fare structure, the preliminary projections we developed, and the steps required for a full fare study and equity analysis. This presentation follows three components. First, a refresher on current fares and programs. Second, the preliminary projections our consultant developed for potential fare increases. And third, an overview of the requirements for a fare study and equity analysis. It's important to be grounded in the fare structure adopted in 2024. The base 3-hour fare is $275 with a discounted rate of $135. Day passes are simply double the 3-hour fare, so $550 standard and $270 discount. We maintain a single fare level for most services with the exception of the airport fare, which is $10. On the discount side, eligibility includes seniors, individuals with disabilities, Medicare recipients, and customers enrolled in income-based LIVE program. All discount pass products remain valid for airport service as well. Packet page 8 outlines the methodology behind the preliminary revenue and boarding projections for potential fare increases. To develop these estimates, staff used an updated elasticity model created with our external fare strategy consultant. Staff modeled two scenarios, 10 and 25% fare increases. Larger increases aren't typically forecastable with accuracy. These estimates do not account for service hour changes, operational conditions, external factors, or Title VI equity impacts. These projections should be considered directional, and they would require refinement as part of a full fare study. This summarizes what a 10% or 25% fare increase could mean for RTD. Under a no action scenario, we already anticipate about 5.8 million in increased revenue for 2027, driven by EcoPass repricing, access on-demand fares, and modest boarding increases. A 10% fare increase layered on top of that trend would add roughly $4.8 million in revenue and reduce boardings by about 1.3 million. A 25% fare increase would add approximately 12.2 million in revenue, with an estimated 3 million fewer boardings over the first year. Again, these are high-level estimates. And next, I will turn to Mr. Kiernan Maletsky, Director of Long Range Planning.
Thank you, CFO Mackey. So I'm here to provide a little background on the history and what this group might expect out of a fare study that would be a prerequisite for implementing any change to our fare structure as modeled in the analysis that was just presented. So RTD, as you can see here, typically conducts these fare studies approximately every 3 to 5 years. So the timing is about right for that. You can see here in this table that there's wide variance in the cost associated with those studies. There's a lot of reasons for that variance. Some of those are structural, staffing levels. We had more staff in my department and in the Civil Rights Department in 2018 than we do now. But there are other factors that are also probably more material for the consideration of this body that I will get into in the next 2 slides here, related to the scope of what the study is actually trying to analyze. So you can move to the next slide. Going through what that scope was at a very, very high level, going back to the 2018 study, that study had a large focus on the past programs and included some revenue targets. So that's something that could be considered as, direction for a potential future fare study. And then some of the changes associated that came out of that were the utilization-based model we use now for our past programs, and then the introduction of the LIVE program, which I know is familiar to all of you. If you move to the next slide, we can talk a little bit about the much more extensive 2023 study. Had some goals. This is an example, again, of the kind of thing that we could be directed to include as part of the scope for a future fare study. Those were simplicity, affordability, and equity. Now, the reason that one was so much more costly was that it was a true top-down, turn over every stone, do an analysis of every possible permutation of our fare structures, our past programs, every element. So it was a much more comprehensive look at our fare structures than the one in 2018 was. So you are probably more familiar with the results of that study, the fare reduction across the board, the consolidation and simplification of our discount programs, the introduction of the Zero Fare for Youth program, and the expansion of the LIVE program. So I believe that is all I was going to say about the fare studies themselves. That's material to the scope of what is being analyzed, what we would work with a third-party consultant to conduct a study on. But a critical component of this, of course, would be the accompanying equity analysis of any change that we might make, which is required, and which the Director of Civil Rights, Kelly Irving, will now walk you through.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, CFO Mackey, and Director Maletsky. Thank you so much. In this conversation, a fare study and equity analysis would be a major consideration should we elect to go forward with a fare increase. This is one and part of the RTD's board adopted Title VI program, and it's in accordance with the FTA Circular 4702.1b. It states that we must evaluate disparate impact for Black, Indigenous, and people of color customers, in addition to disproportionate burden on low-income customers based on RTD's adopted thresholds. Next slide. Considering the fare equity analysis, there are 5 data sets that we must consider. We must receive from you all the direction and the scope of work relative to the fare change, the description, what fare products, what media, and also the customer categories and the pricing changes. We also must look at the data set of the fare table based on current and proposed fares in the future. We need to look at demographics for BIPOC, non-BIPOC, low income and non-low income demographics. Additionally, we have to look at the projections of our revenue and our ridership based on those fare changes. And then finally, we must look at potential alternative scenarios so that if we do discover disparate impact and or disproportionate burden for the relative populations, that we have looked at the mitigation strategies in either of those categories where practicable. Next slide. We then will have six major steps that we must actually follow. We must receive from the board a defined scope. That defined scope will determine the time and monies associated with the fare equity analysis. We must look at and analyze the equity impacts for our populations. I mentioned BIPOC, low income, non-BIPOC, and non-low income, and our overall ridership. We must look at what alternatives are available should we discover a DI or a DB, disproportionate burden or disparate impact. We must document those findings. Then we must also have something very, very critical, which is public participation, where we allow the public to review this analysis and provide feedback. We have 5 major languages that we must conduct this public participation process in those communities, and allow not only English but also these native languages to provide information that is understandable by non-English speaking populations. And then all of that, we must wrap it up and pull it into a report to bring to the board for consideration. Next slide. I wanted to provide you all an illustrative example. This is not real. It is for just illustration purposes, where we look at potentially a fare change, an increase of a monthly pass from $88 to $95. We know that is $7 of change. We must look at how our department will look at how will this $7 monthly pass increase impact this population. So in this particular example, again, it's illustrative. It is not real. We're looking at the overall population of customers that utilize a monthly pass. It's 40% of our overall population of customers. Of that, 47 of them are BIPOC. And in that particular scenario, we're looking at our threshold is 5%. The difference between the two is 7%. So the question would be, is it more than 5% for a disparate impact? Our math says yes, it is. So that would be a consideration based on this example that we would look at the BIPOC community. Now, when we look at low income, we look at the disproportionate burden. What is the cost associated with increasing $7 of the monthly pass? Our overall ridership, 40% has the monthly pass. In this example, 43% of them are considered low income. The difference there is a plus 3%. It doesn't meet the threshold of 5%, so therefore there would not be a disproportionate burden analysis. This is a very simple illustrative example of the type of work that the team here in Transit Equity Office will conduct when evaluating a fare increase or a fare change. This is the type of information that we will utilize in order to provide back to you a written summary of whatever product we elect to change the fare and the media and the population. This is the type of information you will see in the report based on the instruction that you will provide to us based on the scope of work. Next slide, please. The fare study requirements. It's going to require estimates of the revenue, the projections. It's going to require boarding change estimates. How do we think it may increase or decrease? And then we also must evaluate and enter into the conversation multiple scenarios to be considered. And it must include a robust public outreach not just in English, but also in the 5 major languages that we find to be part of our district. With that, I conclude the presentation on the FAIR study and equity analysis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Irving. Any other comments, additions from our staff? Otherwise, we can start to ask questions. Okay, looks good. So I see Director Arcuri has a question. Director Arcuri, go for it. Can't hear you. Unmute.
There we go. Yes. Thank you, Director Irving. I have a very simple question for you here. When you're talking about low-income populations for purposes of these studies, is that the same percentage of federal poverty as is those who qualify for our live discounts? Do you know?
It is at the 200% threshold.
Okay,
And I
and
believe live is 250.
I believe live is 250, but this is 200.
Yes,
Okay, thanks. That helps me.
my pleasure.
Okay, thank you. Director Guzman.
Thank you. Make sure I'm off mute first. So right now our budget sits somewhere between 4 to 6% of the fare box recovery in total. So can anybody speak to what we are losing in fare not being recovered? Because I know we've done a lot of work to make sure that we are enforcing fares on our lines and our trains and our commuter rails. So does anybody know that off the top of their head? What loss, if any, are we suffering from not collecting fare
CFO.
or not collected fare revenue? Sorry.
Yeah, fare evasion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone can answer that question or at least give it a try?
Yes. My understanding is that it's relatively low. I don't have exact figures. We can certainly follow up, but it's a relatively low figure.
Relatively low figure of the, let's just split the baby, it's 5% of our total budget. So we're talking about a relatively low amount of 5%.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you. Okay. The next question that I had was with respect to what we're talking about here and where RTD sits. The last review of fares that we did when I first joined the board was really intense. And there were a lot of directions that were given, like simplifying the fare, making sure that there's not several rings that you have to calculate to figure out what your fare should be. And so right now, based on the presentation that we've had, I'm, I hate doing comparisons to other agencies, but our fares are pretty in line with what you would see anywhere else in terms of a 2-hour, 3-hour pass or a one-trip pass with fare capping, and then a monthly pass. And I'm just talking about the regular base fares, right? With a 10 or a 25% increase to that, we're gonna see some disparate impact or disproportionate burden on community. And so I am really concerned that if we go forward with this type of study, that we stick to our Title VI guidelines and we ensure that we're doing the thinking work and the community engagement to figure this out. I don't want to end up in a situation where we're facing the law of diminishing returns. We've increased fares on one hand and lost riders on the other hand. And so it's a wash, and we don't actually do, I think, what this might be intended to do by increasing fares. And I also would like to say, while we did the fare study last time, everything was looked at, including live fares or live fares and our access-a-ride and access on demand fares. And I think we need to be very, very careful about looking at our regular fares and how our policies would impact other areas further down the road based on what we have in place currently. So this cannot be a thoughtless and reckless exercise. Whatever direction we give needs to be precise so that we can do all of that work. But I'm sorry, GMCO Johnson, this took 2 years to complete the last study?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Yes, good evening, all. Deborah Johnson, General Manager and CEO. So there's some context to that, Director Guzman. When I first came into the organization, did some stakeholdering to garner an understanding. And so absent that piece, it more or less was about 18 months because we took 6 months to understand what we're trying to solve for moving forward. Hence, that's the 24 months timeframe that you're referencing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
So
Any other
that said, I also have a concern that I want to voice here, and then I will stop. Thank you. Which is that we have wonderful staff, and we have wonderful staff who are working at all cylinders firing on everything we need them to do to keep our agency running, and not considering maybe offloading some of this work to folks that would be able to help us with certain parts that will need to be done, rather than overburdening them with additional layers of work to be able to move forward with this type of study, will either cost us more money to get this done, right? We're either going to need to contract some of this out, or we're going to burn our people out. And I would err on the side of let's spend the money if it is really that important to figure this piece out right now, than overburden our staff and have people walking away because they're frustrated simply with not being able to get their regular day job done while they're getting slammed with an additional direction from the board to start moving on something in such a short amount of time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Guzman. I also want to mention to our directors that are with us right now, including welcome Director Nicholson. We are going to actually be discussing and hopefully passing a motion forward to the full board on whether or not we're going to go forward with a fare increase. So if some of your questions or comments could be held for that point in our agenda, that would be helpful. But if you would like to talk about the information that was just presented, we have the staff that we need to answer those questions. So we'll go forward. Director Larson, your hand is up.
Thank you. My view on doing a fare increase is that we ought to be able to do a fare increase that we can implement in 2027 by making it very simple, by simply increasing all of the fares that we currently have by the identical percentage. To me, it would be it doesn't make sense to me that we would have to do an extended study that would go in well into next year if we were to take that approach. If we currently don't have a fare system that has disparate impacts, then an equal 20% increase would also not have disparate impacts. And to the extent that proposition is debatable, to me, that's fundamentally a political issue and something that we as a board need to decide. But I believe that transit agencies should be able to raise fares within reasonable periods of time when there are budget pressures like the ones that we are currently experiencing. And while a complex change like the last one, I can understand how that could take quite a while. If we are to raise fares, I would only support doing it if we can do it soon enough for it to make a difference in 2027. And I would only support doing it if it was not costly to do the analyses that we need to do. But I absolutely think if we do a simple fare increase, we can do that and we could have it implemented by 2027.
Okay, thank you very much. You've made some good points. Director Ruscia, are you up?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to staff for this. I just wanted to flag a couple of things in the packet. So on packet page 40, when you look at the breakdown, I just wanted to flag that FlexRide is the same price as a local. It didn't used to be that way, but I would be interested as we move forward in this discussion, even if we don't launch a fare study, this month, I would be interested in getting updates on some of that data in terms of, who is using, just a little bit more about just FlexRide. I'll just kind of repeat myself from the last several months. Our local fares are some of the highest in the nation. I don't think that's something to be proud of. Where our fares are lower is our regional fare. We no longer charge more to go a further distance. And I feel like if we moved in that direction and we talked about our regional fares and try to bring those in line with industry standard, then folks in the suburbs, would protest. Likewise, but I also think that it's kind of a lot to ask somebody, who's going half a mile down the street to pay the same as, someone taking a 2-hour journey from, Longmont to my house. But if that is a system that we aligned on after years, because actually over 2 fare studies, we had this discussion, years of, community input. I think we should, I think we are just better served in leaving our fares as is. I do understand like some of the frustration of, the red tape. I think that red tape is there for a reason. But even if we didn't have to follow Title VI, I do think that is in our interest to do outreach and analysis and go, and really look at like who is this impacting, and how does this impact our service as a whole. I am of the belief that our Title VI review is just good policy, in terms of government services, but also just transit planning. And with that, I would just offer that this is too much in a short amount of time. And without us looking at our past system, I think we'd just be cutting too many corners if we just said, a blanket 10% or a blanket 20%. There could be some passes that we want to retire or reconsider, and or even perhaps, our fare capping. And so with that, I appreciate the work that's gone into this with from staff and directors. I will be a no tonight later on in the vote, just on the basis that it needs more time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Geisinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Ms. Johnson, Director Larson raised an interesting argument that if we raised everything 20%, and I'm not saying I support that, but if we did that should shortcut the process. Could you comment on that, please?
Madam Chair? May I?
Yes. CEO Johnson, did you want to handle that question then?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
for all intents and purposes, according to our board adopted policy, Title VI policy, any change of fares would still need to be assessed.
And is a small change, like a change to the airport price or something like that, can that be done pretty efficiently?
We still have to adhere to the process. It's segmented if we were just looking at one fare, and I would surmise it wouldn't take the same length of time, but it doesn't mean that we would not adhere to the same steps that we have in our Title VI program.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, Director Geisinger?
No, thank you.
Okay, Director Nicholson, I see you've joined us. Comment, question?
Yes, sorry, I'm at LaGuardia Airport waiting for the bus, so I apologize that I took a second to unmute. So I went and looked up our past fare history going back about 20 years. And if you go back to not even 2019, 2016, the inflation adjusted fare back then was $3.58. It rose as high as $3.88 in 2019. And these were periods where we had substantially higher ridership than we do today. So what I would say is, I think there's substantial room to increase fares, regular fares, without it materially impacting most riders, especially because we have a discount program today, which we did not have previously. So I actually agree to some degree with Director Guzman. The value of doing a fare study is in our ability to go beyond just a 10% or a 15% increase and ask, what would happen if we did a 50% increase on the airport fare? Would that actually drop the number of people using it? I don't think it necessarily would, as long as we kept a reasonable monthly pass. So I'm open to the idea of a more exhaustive increase because I think it'll raise more revenue. So that's where I'm at least.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, I want to remind everybody, we're going to be having our debate on whether or not to go forward with fare increases in just a few minutes. So this is just basically wrapping up a discussion item. So I actually have one question. I don't know whether or not anybody can answer it now, but if somebody then could get back to me. I'm looking at page 22 in our packet for business eco passes for employers with fewer than 3,000 employees. So here's my question. It says that in 2026, the per person price is $25 for the entire year. Is that correct? That seems incredibly low to pay $25 and be able to ride RTD the entire year wherever you wanted to go. Could somebody answer that question? Is that CFO Mackey or perhaps, I don't know.
And Ms. Chair, if
Mr.
I may, we also have Robert Stickney on the call, and he may be best positioned to answer that question.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Stickney. Thank you for joining us. Can you
Absolutely.
answer that question? I'd appreciate
Absolutely,
it.
Director Banker. I'm Robert Stickney. I've taken over as Senior Manager of Revenue, replacing Monica Triple-Henke, who retired in the previous month. So the per person price that we have for employers with fewer than 3,000 employees, that is for employers that are in a specific service zone. I can't remember I don't have the exact SLA. I think it's SLA-A. And that is only for the first year that they're joining our contract. It is based off of the utilization rates of all businesses within that zone, averaged out across employees. After that initial year, the utilization of employees at the particular business that's signed up is utilized to come up with a new contract price for the next 2 years for that business. So that $26 per person is because we switched to a utilization-based pricing for our EcoPass, it is how we are able to price for customers when they first start joining the program. After that first time period with that contract, then it goes on to, it might be a higher rate for them if they have higher utilization.
Hey, but I also saw that on that same page that the highest rate, I believe, is $75 per person for an entire year. So that still strikes me as quite low.
It is on its face. However, based on the utilization that we've seen from employees, it is measured by total taps that they have within our system over a year. So that $75 is for a different service zone. The highest utilization, the highest base price that we have per employee is actually the airport fare zone, which is $460 per employee.
Yeah, airport is definitely a unique situation. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you for joining us and thank you for the information. I see Director Arcuri. Do you have a question or a comment? Director Arcuri.
I'm sorry, I was hitting the wrong button to unmute. Okay, I am unmuted though now. I actually have 2 questions. One for someone who could just talk about the process and time to procure a consultant to work on a fare equity study. And another quick one, just based on something that Mr. Stickney just said. So.
Yes, who would like to, CEO Johnson, if you would like to answer.
Yes, thank you very kindly. So according to the delegation of authority that this board amended relative to the delegations that have been provided to me, considering that this would have an impact to the board, staff would have to bring a summary scope of work for you all to opine on and to consider, recognizing the time period in which we could do that. It could be a 2-step if that were pleasing to the board, but that would probably account for a meeting cycle, which would be 30 days. We would get that scope and then work with our contracting and procurement. And then based upon the solicitation, we would let that, if it was a request for qualifications, a request for proposal contingent upon what the scope is, to the point that Director of Civil Rights, Kelly Irving, had mentioned. And then basically with any type of solicitation, we would let that for 30 days. Once we published it, then we'd have to review, i.e. the qualifications, the proposals, whatever the solicitation vehicle was. So that would be another 30 days there. So we're already talking about 60 days. And then basically identifying that entity, bringing it back to the board for the consideration if you didn't bifurcate it. So to bring somebody on board, I would say roughly it could be anywhere, it could be done within about 90 days. And then we have a notice to proceed, and then contingent upon the scope of work and what, if it's tailored to one area, using Director Geisinger's example just for illustrative purposes. If it was solely the airport fare, it wouldn't probably take as much time as if we were looking at the entire scope of the fare products. So anywhere, I'd say from 6 months to 18 months.
Okay, thank you. That's
You're
helpful
welcome.
to know those steps.
Yeah. Any other comments?
And now if I may ask my one question of
Yes, go for it.
what was his last name? Robert Stickney. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name wrong. Hello. You're probably the man who could help me answer this question. I was just doing some scenarios on spreadsheets last night, and when we calculate a monthly pass, it takes the base price times 32 for the regular base price, but then for the discounted price, it takes the discounted 3-hour fare and multiplies it by only 20. Do you know why there's such a difference between the 32 and the 20 when we're already multiplying off of a discounted base to begin with?
Mr. Stickney?
Yes, and first of all, Director Arcuri, it is okay if you are unfamiliar with my last name. If you meet somebody else with it, I'm probably related to them. So it's a very seldom used one. With regards to the multiplying factor for the monthly pass on the standard fare versus the discount fare, that was a decision made in the most recent fare change. I unfortunately was not a member of the agency at that time. So I think there might be somebody on call who can speak a little better to it. And if not, we can follow up for you and find out the reasonings behind that.
Maybe that would be best not to use more time here.
Okay, and any other questions or comments, Director Arcuri?
I have lots of comments, but I'll just do questions now for people who are here. Thanks.
Well, we're going to have another chance, and like I said, in a couple of minutes when we move on to whether or not we're going to move forward with any kind of fare increase action. Okay, any other comments? We had a good discussion. It's going to set the stage for us to start talking about any fare changes that we might have in mind, get more information, try to direct our staff, try to figure out what we might be putting into the 27 budget. But in the meantime, then, if not, let's move on then to recommended actions. So this is where there's a lot to discuss, but let me give you a little bit of background. So the first action that we're going to talk about tonight, and they're also going to be talking about tomorrow in the Operations Safety and Security Committee. I'm going to present it tonight in Finance and Planning, and Chair Harwick is going to present it tomorrow in his committee of OSS. But before asking for any kind of motion or discussion, I wanted to talk a little bit about the process that we're looking at. So quite frankly, the next item on our agenda, we're going to be talking about proposed 2027 budgeted service modifications. So let's set the stage here. So, what we're planning on doing is we have tried to work together, our two committees, Finance and Operations, to see if we could come together with some similar language and similar information to present to our committee members. Because if you recall, last month, I did go around asking all of our members their thoughts about whether or not we should be doing any service reductions. And each person was able to give us good information as to what they were thinking. And quite frankly, I thought the consensus that we had gotten from our committee, although we did not vote on it, but you shared your thoughts and your opinions, which is what I wanted. I sensed that most of our committee did not want to have large service cuts to be kept at somewhat of a minimum. The Operations Committee the next night had different opinions. And so this is the reason why we're trying to use some of the same language and same numbers so that when it comes to the board meeting on the 28th, we're going to be able to speak the same language and we'll have a similar debate between the two committees. But so let me let me continue. So if you go to page 27 of your packet, if you want to take a look at that. I would like to tonight actually try to do a consensus round robin to start. And then again, tomorrow night, operations going to be doing their own recommendations as to what kind of savings we're going to have. So as we're talking about budget reductions, budget cuts, service cuts, I wanted to emphasize what our chair started this whole meeting with, and that is we were presented with a table. It was in our packet on Friday evening. It listed many different possible service cuts. Some are route eliminations, some are other modifications made to reduce a service level for a particular route. Some talked about rail. What I wanted to emphasize tonight is to make sure that everyone knows we are going to be talking about general changes. And so to try to keep it at a high level and hopefully come up with some direction for our staff, which will also again be going to the executive committee, is going to the operations committee, and then of course it's going to be coming back to the full board. After a lot of discussions over the past weekend and past 2 days, we have decided that the easiest, or I shouldn't say easy, this is not going to be easy. The most direct way to try to come to some decision is to talk about the size of the service reduction that we're talking about. We are not going to be talking about percentages because that's already been in the media, and it has alarmed already some of our customers, some of the cities that we serve. And so we would like to talk about some service reductions at a high level to get a sense as to how the finance committee members feel about, again, coming up with a budget number that we would then direct our staff to come forward and give us. I'm going to ask for 3 options, 3 scenarios as to how we might accomplish those kinds of reductions. Now, can we come up with the number that all of us agree with? I hope we can agree on something to bring that forward to the board so that operations has a sense of where we are. The full board will know, our staff will know, but I also know it's going to be a tough discussion. So I'm hoping that we can reach a consensus. So what I was going to do is I was going to actually start and talk a little bit about where I'm hoping to go. And then what I would like to do is go to each director. And again, in just maybe 1 or 2 minutes, if that's possible, because I want to try to keep everything on schedule, and I'm hoping we can keep this discussion to under an hour. I would like to hear your thoughts to see whether or not we can come to a resolution, or if we're going to put something forward and vote on it, and may pass, it may not pass, I don't know. So here's what I would like to suggest, is that this committee take a look and give staff direction that would give us 3 options at the September Finance Committee meeting and the board meeting in September, and ask for a $20 million service reduction. Now, I've talked to many of you. Some want no service reductions. Some want to double that number. So I was trying to come up with a number that I'd like everyone to consider. Like I said, I will go through one by one and ask your opinion. You may agree with the 20 million. I'm hoping you will. But if you've got another number that you want to share, or your thoughts about how to go about trying to come to some decision for a board, always keep in mind we need 8 votes. And at this point tonight, we are not going to be talking about specific reductions. We're not going to talk about routes. We're not going to talk about trips. We're not going to talk about rail. Right now, we're looking for a dollar target. And so I'm going to suggest we start at 20 million to tell our staff to come again next meeting, 3 scenarios with different options in terms of service changes. And then we'll have a longer discussion in September. So, excuse me, Director Nicholson, I hesitate to call on you first, but I understand, are you standing someplace in some strange city waiting for a bus?
I'm actually on a strange bus, but I have a question that's related to the discussion.
Okay, quickly, because I'd like to go to our board members and do a round robin.
Yes, so this question is for CFO Mackey. CFO Mackey, what is the size in dollar terms of cuts that we would have to make to comply with the current fiscal policy?
Yeah, best estimates, and they're constantly changing, right? As conditions change, and it's a best estimate. Those probably at least 17.5% service hour modification.
But what is that in
Okay.
dollar terms? Sorry, because we're talking dollars
yes,
now.
I need to move on to our board members quickly, or our committee members. So,
Yeah. So that is just over $50 million.
okay, but we also have many other options too. Okay, so thank you, Director Nicholson. Hopefully you're on the right bus and you're not going to get lost. So let me start. I'll do alphabetically. Committee Vice Chair Arcuri, what are your thoughts about going forward and selecting a budget number to give to our staff to start putting together 3 scenarios as to how we might achieve service reductions?
Yes, I like that idea because it is modest. It's not
Okay.
zero and it's not heavy. I'd rather kind of, slide into this a little bit in 2027. And then by 2028, I think we'll all have a better handle on things. And I think that for 2 reasons. Number one, we will have the experience of what we learn in 2027. And number 2, we have that COA going on right now. And
True.
it's my understanding, my limited understanding here of what happens during the COA process is that if we were to do something, kind of significant or major right now, that could like really mess up their work. And it's my understanding that just from the presentation I had from them, that we really need to get to this ridership coverage ratio to really help us provide the best type of service and frequency and standards of service, all of that with the stakeholders. And they're going to be doing extensive public outreach, which I think is very helpful to us and might even help inform us as, we do some equity studies as well. Who knows? So I would, and I think, we've hired them. We're paying, I don't know, a couple $1 million for them or whatever it is.
8.5.
I think we should take advantage of their expertise and let's work with them while we've got them. Let's do this really, really well. And so again, I want to just sort of slide into things in 2027. And I also want to remind everyone, that we're going to be increasing revenue too. We don't have to fix this problem by only cutting service. It's disheartening to me if we cut too much service because let's face it, we're providing transit to the public. That's our mission. And to diminish that significantly, that just seems so counter against what we're all about. And so I would be hopeful for other revenue increases to come along. And I realize, if we do decide to increase fares as a board, I realize that help would only be modest, right? Fares are only 5% of our revenue. As I recall, though, looking at historical data, once upon a time, fares used to bring in like 10% of our revenue.
Even more, yes.
I don't think, I've been using RTD now for well over 30 years, and yes, I always had a job, thank God. But it was never burdensome to me. So I don't think increasing fares somewhat.
Okay.
I think that should be a goal. And so right now, just small changes to service, and especially since we're doing 3 scenarios, that really gives staff their ability to put their expertise to work and demonstrate to us what are, reasonable alternatives. It gives them the ability to work with the COA consultants to get ideas as well, So what a really good time for them, I think, actually, too, that we have this resource at our disposal.
Thank you. Director Geisinger, and I'd also like to remind, if you could just take a couple of minutes, you've had your packet since Friday night. I'm sure everyone grabbed it as soon as it came in late on Friday. But anyway, I would like to get some idea of where you are on service reductions. And again, think in terms of dollars to be saved, not in terms of percent cuts. Director Geisinger, are you here?
I am.
Okay, there you are. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I like that. I've always thought that talking percents didn't really get to the heart of the issue, that it's what's in it and how much. I can probably go along with the 20 million. I'll listen to others, but I think we have to make some cuts. But I share Director Arcuri's concern that we're doing this whole process and we're paying people money to come up with a plan right when we're kind of cutting on the side. So I think if we can cut, we can always go back and change it. I also think that there are other things that we still need to look at, and I appreciate the fact that our CFO has looked at a lot of things. I think that there's some savings and perhaps changing up some of the rules around our pension that I would like to have us look at. And so I'm probably okay with the $20 million.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is Director Guchenritter, are you online yet? Mr. Kroll, do you know whether or not you've been able to reach him?
I've not been able to reach him, no.
Okay, if you could try and see if you can reach out. Director Guzman, what are your thoughts?
Director Guzman, I don't even know where to begin with this conversation, to be frank. I have read this back and forth. We've gone back a whole month of meetings now to get here. And so I don't know what to do right now. We got to I know you said to avoid percentages, and I'm sorry, but I think it's relevant. The 17.5% reduction, which equals 54.25 million, was what we were advised was kind of the sweet spot with things changing where we should be looking. Based on all evidence at the last board meeting and the previous conversation this committee had about these numbers, where we had only 3 options to look at, and now we've got 5 and we're going back to 3. So I don't know what to do here. I want to hear what everybody else has to say, but based on the totality of the conversations that we have had thus far, if we were to look at a real number and understand what we were doing, I would probably stick with the $54.25 million reduction that was suggested by staff in the first place as one of the options that we need to look at. That said, I also agree we need to look at other options besides a reduction in service to figure this out.
Okay, thank you. Director Larson, are you here? I see you. Yes. What are your thoughts about a potential $20 million service reduction?
I guess my main thing is that I would not like to see any service reductions at this point to any of our fixed route service. I mean, so $20 million, I guess that could include FlexRide and maybe a few other things, but it wouldn't get up to $20 million, I think, without fixed route service changes. So I wouldn't support that unless it can get there without any fixed route service changes. I mean, my basic view is that I continue to think that we can figure out a way to preserve all of our service hours for fixed route service in 2027, that we may need to alter the fiscal policy. In fact, we probably need to alter the fiscal policy in order to do it. But I think that's what we should do. I think we have an opportunity to, with the COA, to make our service a lot better than it currently is by reallocating it to where more riders are and where more riders can be served and where people are going now post-COVID. And I think preemptively deciding to cut any of the fixed route service before that process is complete would be a mistake and would damage that process. And so I would direct staff to not cut any fixed route service in 2027 and to search for other services that could be cut that maybe could get us up to 20 million. And I'm fine with looking at different options. But at the end of the day, I think we don't need to do service cuts yet. And I think that in the long run, what we really need to do is get a ballot measure, get more revenue. And I think the more we sort of diminish our service in the meantime, the lower the chances are for that. And the more that we are likely to just kind of slowly fade into a smaller and smaller agency as time goes by. So I want us to go into 2028 with something to show people that we can do that we haven't done before, that we do better than we've ever done before. And I don't think service cuts to the fixed route areas, or I mean, you know, I'm not saying I would be so excited about cutting flex ride either necessarily, although it is very inefficient. That to me doesn't do what we want to do to make this agency thrive.
Okay, well, thank you. I also want to remind everybody that we are half the board. The other half is meeting tomorrow night. And if you recall their last meeting, they were talking 17.5%, which is around, I don't know, $50,000 of cuts. So we're talking, you know, putting on the table for discussion 20 million, which comes out to still a sizable amount of cuts. But I would just keep in mind, somehow we're going to have to find some middle ground with everyone. So Director Ruscia, you are next. Are you here?
Oh, yes, I'm here, Madam Chair.
Yes. Your thoughts on cutting service by approximately 20 million and getting 3 options from our staff to discuss and perhaps still make changes, but to give us an idea of what it might look like. Your thoughts, my dear?
Okay, if we're doing round robin on the 20 million,
Yes.
the
Yes.
answer is no, but as my understanding, we were doing round robin on what we would just generally like to see. So I would like to just move away from that framing and share my thoughts. I read the packet as well. So I wish we had done this towards the, like, after Ms. Mackey's presentation, because I think some of us have clarifying questions as to what's in that presentation and what our cash flow projections are and how we arrived at some of those numbers. So this is just these are my preliminary thoughts. I might change them by the end of the meeting, but just based on what's in the packet and our projected liquid cash flow and the fact that we are in a really serious deficit and we are spending money right now that we don't have, I am inclined to vote in line with staff's recommendation, which is about $50 million in cuts, only because I don't have any other data in front of me. And I have to think about, you know, we have to think about the health and safety of our riders and our staff. And that also includes things like capital projects and maintenance. I would, however, be interested in an alternate proposal that does something like $40 to $45 million a year in service cuts. And then we do $12 million a year in retirement contribution pauses. That gets us much closer to staff's number and puts us closer in line with our fiscal policy. Because if you look at the OSS packet, which also consider joint service, our packet does not. But if the board is also going to say yes to joint service, and I assume that they are, that's an additional, you know, $15 to $17 million O&M. And we have to plan for that as well. Because that will require more cuts, because we don't have the revenue,
Again, I'm wired to be more conservative in how we're planning now, so we can account for those things. All that being said, I would be open to a completely different package if we put bus financing back on the table. The board said no to that unofficially last fall. I think we need to revisit that. And I understand that is one-time cash. However, if we are planning on going to the voters in 2028, I would be okay with factoring that into a shorter term plan and then putting off major cuts, and only if, we had to do that because the voters said no to a tax increase. So I wish I could give you a hard number, Chair Baker, but I just don't have the right information. That being said, I think we have to make tough decisions, and it's icky, but there's just nothing in this packet to suggest the math could go any which way, but either very large cuts or finding that money somewhere else. Like, at the end of the day, we essentially need to come up with $65 million per year to keep the lights on in a couple of years from now. But thank you for letting us have a chance.
Well, thank you. I will say cuts of that size are enormous and will do damage, in my opinion. I'll give my opinion, to our customers, to our staff. There will be layoffs. We will lose many, many, many customers. We will lose fare revenue. That will go down. But I do have a question, my own question for our CEO.
Chair Baker, respectfully, this is not the time to dialogue with us individually and start a debate. And
I'm also giving my 2 cents worth, if I may. And so I also want to chime into this discussion. That's the reason I put it together, so that we can talk one-on-one and give our thoughts, because somehow I'm hoping we can come up with a decision tonight, or at least give some direction. And so I would like to ask our CEO, several people now have said that there was a staff recommendation of $50 or $60 million cuts. CEO Johnson, is that correct?
Madam Chair, I would say it is not correct. We have not provided any type of recommendations. I convened a Tiger team back in January, the first week upon which we came back from the holidays, and we have been working in earnest to come up with different scenarios, brought information to the board in February, then in March, then in April. Nothing has been decided by staff. We have brought forward scenarios. I don't know where that has basically originated from, but unless you've spoken to somebody else, I am unaware of any recommendation that staff has put forward. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you. I just know, perhaps some of you know, perhaps some of you do not, but the Denver Post has already picked up a story listing all of the service cuts that were in our packet. And there are a lot of nervous customers, cities, probably some of our employees also, that are wondering what direction we're going to take. And are we going to make some efficiencies on some of our routes, or are we going to cut deeply? So Director Geisinger, you have your hand up. If you
Madam Chair, may I just make a clarifying comment to what I said?
Yes, please.
So at the April meeting, when we were looking holistically, we did put in 20%, but that wasn't acted upon. That is what we were talking about in relationship to the fiscal policy and so forth. So I just wanted to clarify my comment. Thank you.
Okay. And also the fiscal policy is being looked at and changes made. In fact, even tonight, if we get there, we'll have some discussions as to what direction we want to go in. But fiscal policy might have to have some exceptions while we get through these 2 deficit periods. So did you want anything else? CEO Johnson, your hand is up. Okay. Director Geisinger, I saw your hand up. Did you change your mind?
No, I just took it down when you called on me.
Okay, Director. Okay.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I think that to me, there's sort of a philosophical difference. Are we making structural changes that will last forever? Or are we making the kind of changes that get us to 2028 and still have people wanting to support RTD? And Director Larson, I think raised this issue as well. To me, you know, everything's saying, oh, RTD may be doing 20% cuts, the press and everyone else. If we have to get to that, then maybe we have to get to that. But it does not seem to me like we're at that point yet. We got a COA going. We've got other things that I think we can look at. And, you know, we got $44 million coming in from CTE, probably, that we're not including. I just really think if we go too deep here, we start a death spiral.
Good point. And Director Arcuri, I see you have your hand up also, if you would like to add.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So this, we pick a number, 20 million, wherever it is we land this evening to kick off our next board meeting. Does that 20 million, is that only like the operating costs of the service directly, or is that also going to include layoff costs? I just want to know what all we're getting if we issue a number. And either which way, I would like to know how the implications of service cuts would likely affect layoffs at RTD.
Okay, good question. Also, fare revenue. Clearly fares would go down. CEO Johnson or CFO Mackey, who would like to answer that question?
So I will start. So
Okay.
recognizing whatever number you come up with, we're going to have to do various scenarios. As I have said on previous occasions, we are people moving people. Our core business is service delivery, and we can't do that without people. So there will be a nexus in reference to the people power associated with our core business of service delivery. So recognizing whatever number you all land on, there could be things that happen just by virtue of attrition. There could be slowdown on hirings and things of the like. And so that would seem more probable in relationship to the timing as we move forward. That's what I can offer up here without speaking with any type of specificity regarding to any direction that would be provided. If it pleases the committee, I'll yield the floor to Ms. Mackey so she can supplement anything I may say or said, past tense. Thank you.
CFO Mackey, if you would like to add to the discussion.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bankers. I would agree with GM CEO Johnson. And at $20 million, we have not modeled that scenario. We've done several others, but it depends on the timing, right? If we're able to do the timing appropriately and have sufficient time to prepare for it, it reduces the need to do a reduction in force in represented staff, because we would be talking about represented staff here. So given enough runway, there's a possibility that we would not have to do a reduction.
Okay, and what about loss of fare revenue? I assume that's not been calculated. Yes, if we lose one, we'd have to figure out how many riders we would be losing under different scenarios, 20 million, 50 million, and then what the loss of fare revenue would be.
May I, Ms. Chair?
Yes, please.
So later on in the board packet, we'll discuss it later this evening in the 5-year financial forecast. You will see that I think the $20 million probably lands somewhere between the 5% service modification and 10% service hour modification. And so you can see the impacts to fares there. That's on packet pages 100 and 101.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I'm trying to see whether or not we have any kind of consensus, or maybe we need a motion and we try a vote to see where we stand. Keep in mind, tomorrow, your fellow board members are also going to be having this discussion. And we do have to move forward with the budget because, quite frankly, if we can't make decisions on the 28th, the board members will not have much of an impact in putting together the 27 budget. So please keep that in mind. And I'm also asking for everyone to try to compromise, to think through. Things can change because, again, we're going to have to, if we do come up with a number tonight, operations will come up with one, and then we're still going to have to, both of our committees will have to compromise on that number. So with that, I see Director Rocha, you've got another comment. Please let us know.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering, is staff going to be able to present their presentation before we take a vote? I was hoping they would go through the slides and we could ask some clarifying questions on these numbers.
The slides.
Yeah.
I don't believe we have any for this particular one. I don't think, are you talking about the actual service reductions in the 5, 10, 15% column? I don't know if slides have been prepared for that.
I
Yeah.
guess I guess you said something like, do we just go to a vote? And I just was flagging, let's please not go to a vote on service reductions without letting staff present. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Right.
again, my goal was not, we're not voting on specific reductions. We would be voting on a goal of dollars. How can we save money in our budget? We would be making those harder decisions in September when we do have specific information, specific routes that would be given to us, ridership losses, fare revenue losses, those kinds of things.
Right. Madam Chair, that's not what I'm talking. Like, I understand that. Like,
Okay.
the list was just it's written in light erasable pencil. But even for us to come to a dollar amount, and even if you change the motion, all I'm asking for you as our chair to please allow staff to give their presentation so we can also get some of our questions answered so that we make an informed vote on the question that you're putting before us. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, do we have a presentation? I don't believe we do. CEO Johnson, is there a presentation to be made by our staff?
So, Madam Chair, it was not staff's intent to present. We had this calendared for Operations, Safety, and Security Committee. The presentation that was going to be presented to this committee this evening is the 5-year financial forecast.
Okay, thank you. Director Guzman, your comments, please.
So this is a recommended action for which no motion was made and no second was given.
Correct. Not
So
yet.
we're having discussion at this point.
Yes.
My request would be that we table this until after the following recommended action presentation is finished, and then we can return to it and move forward. But what you're asking for right now is a little bit out of order because I've got similar questions about what staff has prepared in the next recommended action that directly will impact my vote on this. Otherwise, I will remain a no to move forward on anything with this.
Well,
and
okay.
also I want to say one thing.
Yes.
I am open to compromise and having these conversations, but my compromise doesn't mean I have to agree with you. And so I want to make sure that we have a conversation around the next item, probably discuss the FIFE, which also will impact this as we go forward. And so can we table this vote, anything about it, until after we are done with those presentations so we have the full financial picture and do our duty of care before we make a vote on anything? Essentially, I've made a motion, so if anybody wants to second it, we can vote on that.
I will second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to move the discussion for service cuts behind our conversation and action on fare changes.
The fare changes and the FIFE. We need to talk about both before we can have this conversation.
Actually, what might be more helpful is the financial performance update for 2026. That I think is actually, in my opinion, when I've gone through all the data, that was more helpful than the 5-year financial forecast. But excuse me, Mr. Kroll, I see your hand is up. If you could give us some guidance here, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think there's been a motion made and it's been appropriately seconded. At this point, I think it's still a little unclear where you would be moving this item. So I think you just need to all come to an agreement on what's being proposed to move this, the position on the agenda you all are proposing to move this discussion to, and then go from there.
Okay.
So what I believe I heard was a request by Director Guzman and Director Ruscia that you added some color to that stated, we'll hear the discussion on the FIFE as well as the financial performance update and then return to this item. You also indicated, though, Director Guzman and Director Rusha, that you wanted this item to come after the discussion on fares, or the debate on the recommended action on fares. Is that correct as well?
Sorry, I'm, if I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
So let me clarify. There are, I thought it was two more. There are between now and where I was essentially wanting to do this would be after the 5-year financial forecast, so we have a full picture. So I would request, please, and move to table this item until after we have received the discussion item and information from staff about the 5-year financial forecast on our agenda. And then we can motion to pick this back up from the table and then do a vote after we have received that information.
Okay, thank you. So the seconder, are you in concurrence with this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's vote now. All those who want to move this discussion to basically the end of our meeting, I'll say, those who are in favor, please say yes.
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 Okay, let me take a roll call vote then, so I know. Committee Chair Arcuri, or Vice Chair, sorry.
She muted herself.
Yes.
So you want to delay. Director Geisinger. You here?
Excuse me. Can we just bring those two items forward so this isn't at the end of the meeting? I mean, I want people to have the information they need, so I guess I'll vote yes, but.
Okay. Is Director Gushenritter here yet?
He's unavailable at this time.
Okay, Director Guzman?
Yes.
Director Larson?
Yes.
Okay. Director Rusha?
Yes.
Okay, and myself, I am a no. Okay, so then we will move on to the next item. Okay, so let me get to the next recommended action, and we're going to be talking about fare change. So we've already had a presentation on fares. We do have, if you want to go to page, what is it? I think it's page 36 where we have the motion. There you go, 37. The motion reads, the board directs staff to include in the 2027 budget 8 to 12 million, the amount of additional fare revenue achieved from a fare increase effective with the May-June 27 service change. Staff will proceed as expeditiously as practicable with the necessary steps to initiate a fare study and equity analysis to achieve the proposed revenue goal, utilizing minimal external resources, and report on progress for the September Finance and Planning Committee. For the September meeting cycle, staff will produce 3 options for fare modifications to achieve targeted revenue amount. These options will be presented as part of recommended action in September. It is slightly different than what we have in our packet because, once again, as I explained to folks earlier in the meeting, we are taking out the percentage and we're going to be adding a dollar figure. Once again, the rationale for taking out a percentage is pretty much the same rationale that we're using for service reductions. And that is because we do have a very excellent table, which I have looked at quite a bit, estimated fare revenue with fare increase scenarios, attachment A. And it specifically has information about a 10% fare increase and a 25% fare increase. I've talked to many of the directors, including I see Director Larson. I know you have been advocating for a standard increase throughout all of our fare and pass options that we have. But I've also talked to a number of other directors, Director Geisinger, Director Gushenritter, and I understand that you are very reluctant, if not a firm no, on increasing our base fare. There's been a lot of discussion about increasing airport services, and if we should go forward with special event services, I'm assuming we would also have to come up with a fare structure there. And then we've also had a little bit of information given to us earlier in this meeting about the variety of passes that we have. And I also want to put in parking fees, because I still believe if you're parked in a parking lot for over 24 hours, we should be gaining some revenue from that. So I would like, I've read the motion. I'd like to move it. Is there a second? No second. Director Arcuri?
Sorry.
You're muted.
I will second.
Okay, thank you. For discussion purposes. So the motion is to direct our staff to come back to us with 3 options, 3 scenarios, to come back and talk about, present to us 3 packages that could raise anywhere from 8 million to as high as 10 or 12 million. I'd like to have a discussion again with all of our board members. We can do a round robin, because if we do pass this motion and direct our staff to come back with information, I would like our staff to hear our concerns. And so since there are 3 possible options, I think it would be good to come up with a variety of different views on how to present this information. One option might be a 10% increase across all our fare and passes. Another one might be just on increasing airport fares, DIA fares. Another one might be a mix of all of the different fares and passes that we have. And one of the things I did want to mention, as I've looked at this table over the past weekend, if you do go to page 40 and you take a look at the excellent table on all of the information with regard to fare increases, if you go to the airport day pass piece, you will see that that particular feature, that particular pass for RTD brings in the most amount of fare revenue than any of our other fares. And again, we charge, as you all know, $10. It's been at that for decades. And if we were going to even increase it to $15 instead of 10, we could easily raise $7 million in revenue. So these are the different options that I'd like everyone to mention, to talk about, that if we do go forward with this motion, what would you like to see in the options that our staff will be bringing back to us next month? Or I should say month of September. So let's do another round robin. I want to get everybody's thoughts on this, because as I said, I've talked to quite a few folks and it seems like everybody has got a different view, but I'm hoping once again that we might be able to find some consensus. And I ask everybody, please consider that we need to raise money. We need to cut our expenses, and we need to find a way to go forward with a $200 million deficit. I know this is hard. I know. I mean, you know, I've been involved with budget cutting before, and it's not fun. But decisions have to be made. And so we all ran for office. We need to make the decisions that are being asked of us. So let me start with our committee. I see Director Nicholson, if you could wait your turn. Okay, I will start with Vice Chair Arcuri.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't know why this is so difficult for me. Okay, so I am in favor of increasing fares. First of all, even if we were to increase by, like, let's say 15%, that would only get us up to what inflation has done to us and is expected to do to us between our last fare change, which is my understanding, 2023, through 2028. Inflation in the metro areas will be about 15% cumulative. And so I think we need to at least look at 15% just to keep ourselves even. Number one, the parking fee and the fares are the only things that RTD really has in its control. We have no control really over how much sales tax we collect. Even if we try to raise that, we still have to go to the ballot. So that's not something we have direct control over. There have been many ideas for legislative proposals. To my knowledge, though, RTD isn't working on any of those. At least if they are, they haven't been brought to the board yet. Those are other really good ways that can bring in, yes, a whole lot more money than increasing fares. But those, if they happen, I'm afraid are going to be too late to really help us. And so for those reasons, I'm really in favor of increasing fares now. Plus, we already have a whole discount system for those folks who are lower income. And as long as we maintain that, we still have a whole discounted system. And if you have any type of a discount now, any type of pass or discounted fare, you can use that to get to the airport. For example, I've spoken with many people this summer who are in their 60s and 70s and are not lower income people, and they can get to the airport for $1.35. And these are people who travel the world, literally travel the world, and they can get to the airport for $1.35. So yes, we have discounted fares which are used and work well. I just did some basic math last night on a spreadsheet, and I increased fares by 15%, except for the airport fare, I increased by 25%. And according to my math, we could bring in about an additional $8 million a year. That would be for a full year impact. I want to maintain the zero fare for youth. I want to keep the access on demand and Access-a-Ride fares as they currently are, because you all went through a very extensive process quite recently to establish those. So I don't want to change those fares. I do have some questions about the technicalities of how the monthly pass and the discounted monthly pass are calculated, and I will get with Mr. Stickney or whoever he thinks is appropriate to ask that very technical question. I don't want to change the whole structure of the fares now, because I do think we want to move as nimbly as we can. And it sounds like just by more simple increases, that would make the work for staff, as well as any equity studies and fare analysis that would, I don't want to use the word streamline, because obviously we still have to go through every step, but I think it would be easier than if we make massive changes to how we even approach fares right now. The only change I would be interested in, and I'm not going to die on this sword, would be that we remove the discount that we have, the 50% discount that is based solely on the age of 65 and above. Yes, 0 to 19, that age group, I'm of the personal opinion, and this I would fight strongly for, is that that fare remain at $0. But just because you're 65 or 70 or 75 doesn't mean that you can't afford to pay for a pass, you know, or get to the airport for $10 or $12, $15, whatever it is we end up on. If an older person is in our live program of low income, if they qualify for that, then yes, surely the discounted product is for them. But just age alone does not make sense in our society. In fact, in our country, the wealthiest group are the elderly. So
well, thank you.
Have to face that.
Okay, so
Thanks.
you had mentioned a possible $8 million increase in fare revenue. Or more?
I'm just saying that the math that I did last night showed 8 million, and that was a 15% increase in the fares and a 25% increase on the airport fare. I would be willing, however, to bring the airport fee up to 15.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Director Geisinger.
Ms. Johnson, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the senior fare is required by the federal government. It's half of the standard fare. Is that right? You're
CEO Johnson?
Sorry, I did my camera instead of my microphone. So in reference to our discounts, that is within you all's purview. I will have Ms. Irving correct me if I've misspoken, but those are discount programs that we have established. There are some elements around the provisions for those that are paratransit eligible customers by virtue of the ADA and that guidance that they get complimentary service on paratransit routes. But I would need to defer to a member of my team to address your question because I believe we have a policy within the organization. So if somebody could provide a lifeline on staff, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Director Geisinger, if you would like to talk broadly about fare items that you might be interested in increasing or leaving the same, or where would you like staff to focus?
my North Star on all decisions we should be making is, will we win a ballot issue in 2028? And what are people thinking about RTD when we get to that point? To me, the best way to do it is to go in and say, here's what we've done. We have tightened our belts, but we are doing everything we can to maintain service. If you don't give us money, you're going to see a lot of cuts. If you do give us money, here are all the good things you can get. So with that North Star, the other piece of this is, we're looking at an 18-month fare study and equity analysis for that kind of change. And so what it's going to mean is if we're trying to save money in 2027 and 2028, we're going to be going the wrong direction, and we won't be able to put this in place until later. So I think it's very fair to say we raised the rate on the airport, and I think that the $1.35 for seniors is not consistent with our policy, which is that seniors pay half price. So I think that the two of those we should look at. My hope would be that could be a very shortened analysis and move us forward. I'm not sure if 8 million is too much to save with that. So I'm not sure where I am on this vote, but I am not anxious to get into an 18-month to $1.2 million fare study and equity analysis. So I would support changing the fares on the airport and on the seniors going to the airport.
Okay, I would assume, CEO Johnson, that if we move forward with service cuts and a fare increase, and we have to do studies and an equity analysis, could they not be combined?
So, Madam Chair, is your question, you're asking about that combination?
Yes, can you combine those two studies since you're
combine them into one study and have one consultancy do that? Is that what you're asking?
Well, could we find any efficiencies if we are going to have to do a study on service reductions, and if we have to do a study on increasing fares, even if it's only 10% or 5%, are they not related?
Yes, they are related, and yes, we could combine. And I want you to take my answer in a general sense because I have yet to know the scope, but from a practical standpoint, we did that. And further to the point, I did get a lifeline, and that 50% in reference to the senior discount is RTD policy, as I surmised, but I wanted confirmation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that information. Is Director Guchenritter here? No. Okay, so let's move on to Director Guzman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to make sure I heard the motion for this conversation correctly, that we would increase $8 to $12 million.
Increase fare pass at fee revenue by 8 to 12 million.
Okay.
With three options coming back to us.
So that the packets got percentages and dollar amounts, but I guess I'm just pointing out the scenario that's listed in here with the 10% increase is only $4.8 million. Losing 1.3 million customers writing, and $8 million is much higher than that amount. To the 12 million, we've got a 25% increase that's right around there, so I can deal with that. I don't like the way that this was proposed and that we're changing it to a dollar amount now without understanding what that increase looks like. I was comfortable with saying maybe go back and look at that 10% increase so we can figure that out. It seems to thread the needle on some things. But if we're talking about a much higher amount, my concern is, and it should be all of ours, how many customers will we lose when we do this? Where is the breaking point and the saturation of the fare that people will be willing to pay to use our services? And so I agree with Director Geisinger. The North Star needs to be what can we do to make sure that we don't suffer a lot of pain onto our customers by making these decisions, but also that we're able to do what we need to do. Serious question for the CFO, if she is still with us. The assumption in the budgeting process last year was to increase fares over the next few years by 4%, if I recall correctly. And it was an assumption that we discussed several times during our meetings. But is that correct?
CFO Mackey?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I can certainly take a look and it won't take that long, probably.
Okay. As I recall from chairing this committee last year, it was an assumption that was baked into the list of assumptions about forecasting that we would look at a potential 4% increase year over year for the next few years. That said, I also know it's much less painful to raise a fare a certain amount, a higher amount one time, and leave it alone, rather than continually increasing by a small amount every year for multiple years. Think about the cost of a stamp and how frustrating it was when we went from 25 cents to 27 to 30 to 31 to 35, and then the previous stamps were no longer good. Same thing applying here. I just want to make sure that whatever we do with this, that we have that consideration. Looks like Ms. Mackey has that answer, Madam Chair.
Okay, CFO Mackey?
Yes, thank you, Chair Banker. So I looked on the RTD website. There's a summary of the 2026 budget. And on page 5, it says that the fare budget percent change for 2026 was 7.6%.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Director Guzman, if you want to wrap up and we can go to the
Yep,
next.
I'm happy to wrap up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
I don't mind discussing fare increases. I don't know what $8 million does to a percentage-wise on an increase. I do know that 10% would be a regular fare at just around $3 for a 3-hour pass. And
Well, keep in mind,
it puts our monthly pass back at the price it was before we did the last fare study, right around $114 a month. And so, I'm comfortable looking at this to get the feedback, but I'm not going to vote for a dollar amount because I don't know what that equates to a ticket price. And that's
why we would direct our staff to come back with 3
I
options.
appreciate that, and I heard you. I'm telling you I wouldn't vote for it this way.
Okay, that
The
is
recommended
certainly-
action does not make sense. Thanks.
Just to remind everybody, on page 40, there's that very excellent table. If you take a look at the actual revenue that we actually have in our budget is $61 million from fares. They're talking that if we were to go for a 10% fare increase, it would be 72 million. Now, that's not only increase in fare revenue, but it's also an increase in ridership numbers. So together, that would be over $11 million from where we are today to if we went forward with a 10% increase across the board. But what I wanted to do again is there's 1 or 2 board members that are interested in a straight percentage, but after talking to so many folks, I have not found any consensus in a straight percentage. There have been folks that have said, I'm interested in raising this fare or this pass, but I've only come across 1, maybe 2 directors that are interested in a straight line, let's go 10%. So that's why I wanted to have our staff present some other options. Maybe we do a 10% straight fare and we talk about that at a board meeting. Or maybe we pick and choose, listen to what the board members are talking about, what their thoughts are, direct staff to come back with several scenarios so that we can address their concerns. Okay, so the Director Larson, I believe you're up next.
Yeah, I think I've sort of said what I want to say already, but I mean, to me, if we're going to do a long study, that wouldn't be able to get anything accomplished until maybe 2028 at the earliest in terms of fare increases. I frankly just think that would be a waste of resources and a distraction. I'm in favor of doing what we can to increase fares by $12 million, which I think would be a 20% increase roughly. And I would vote for that, provided we can implement it, as early in 2027. And if we can't, I'm not really sure it's worth the effort, honestly, and to do something that, frankly, will probably not take effect until right before I'm not even here. So if we can do it quickly in whatever shape or form could get us to, I don't think it makes sense to do it in little dribs and drabs or small amounts. We have other things to worry about if for small amounts of money. 12 million is already not that big of an amount of money, but if we can get up to 12 million and get it done quickly, I would support it.
Okay, thank you. That gives us some direction. I appreciate that. Director Ruscia.
Thank you. So, okay, going back to the motion on the table, my issue is that we don't know if these specific fare ideas that people have put out, like airport and the like, will actually raise 8 to 12 million. Like the packet only models two scenarios, which is 10% and 25%. But staff was very specific that they couldn't model everything. And we don't know, for the options that have been discussed at a high level, we don't know the ridership loss. And I feel like if we think that we need a lot of public input before we do service cuts, I think we also need a lot of public input before we raise fares. And I just feel that, trying to accelerate that schedule and do a fare increase by May or June is like too soon. But to Dr. Larson's point, if it needs to be extended so that we can dot our I's and cross our T's, then it doesn't necessarily net the revenue that we need, or doesn't make much of a difference because we won't get it in time because it had to be delayed. And with that, I would just finally say that if it were so easy that we could just say to staff, go increase fare revenue by 600%, right? Then we could just go home, right? We could just tell staff, hey, I want a huge increase in riders, go make it happen, and it will be so. And so I feel like this is like cart before the horse, and we can't actually put a dollar amount on it unless it is the flat percentages that are in the packet, because it's the only data that we have that was mostly modeled. And so with that, if we're not in alignment on a flat 10 or 25% increase, I don't think we can put a dollar amount on it. Like, I think we can say, look at, airport fare, flex ride, or whatever folks have presented. I just don't think we can put a dollar amount on it. That being said, I could be wrong, and I'm willing to hear it. If staff thinks that they can, bring back a package that meets a fair target that you set, Madam Chair, I would like to hear it. I don't want to speak for staff. Thanks.
Okay, so CEO Johnson, would you be able to model 3 different versions of fare increases that you could bring back to our committee in September?
I would have to confer with staff quite naturally, because basically we are juggling a lot of balls. This is important, so this would be moved up the list. I would say yes, and if there is something that I need to double back on and modify my explanation, I will communicate that out to the full board.
Okay, so no answer. You don't know whether or not we could have options by September.
What I said was I could double back for me to answer that question on the spot without conferring with staff. I still don't have the direction. What are we bringing back to the board as a whole? Are we looking at a fixed dollar amount? So I think after you all go back to the item in which you tabled, I'd be better situated to answer the question in a definitive way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, okay, and so you already know where I stand after talking to everybody. We can go ahead with the motion to raise $8 to $10 million or more. If somebody, oh, I'm sorry, Director Nicholson, even though you're not on our committee, yes, please let us know what your thoughts are.
Thank you, especially since this item is not coming before OSS. This is only F&P. So I guess I'd start with a rhetorical question. What is better, $1 of service cuts, $1 of fare increases, or going broke? Because those are really the choices that we have in front of us. You all wrote a fiscal policy that we'll be talking about in a little bit that says that the fiscally responsible thing to do is to save 50 million, is to cut $50 million or raise $50 million to get us on the right path. Whether or not we should defer to that fiscal policy, defer from that fiscal policy or hold up to it is a different question. But I think if we're only talking about a $20 million cut in service, then we need to be talking about something on the order of a $20 million increase in fares. Because at least personally, I'm not comfortable staying more than a stone's throw away from the fiscal policy that we've set. So it really is one or the other at the end of the day. If you don't want to do a fare increase, you got to do cuts. And if you don't want to do cuts, you got to do a requisite fare increase. So for me, 20 million is the right number, which is about double what we're talking about right now. If you want to put that into dollar terms, I'd aim for something like $3.25 or even $3.50, which would still put us below what we were at in 2019. To, I forget whose point, it might not be bad to come in with a range of options. What does a $3 fare look like? What does a $3.25 fare look like? What does a $3.50 fare look like? But I think if we don't have a $20 million option on the table, in terms of increases, then there's just no way we can reasonably consider only $20 million in service cuts. It really does have to be one or the other, or you're just going to Lynn's point, you're just going to put us in a situation where, for those of us who will be on the board after 2028, God willing, the agency could be functionally broke. And, if that ballot measure doesn't pass, we are very screwed. And I don't want to be in that position. I don't want to be the guy that's cutting all of local bus service because we couldn't make cuts now. So that's why I'm asking you guys, make the hard call now, because otherwise we will be the regional transit agency and we won't be running all of those local bus routes that we're fighting over at the moment, like at all, because we won't have any money.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to everybody, because I think we need to go back and figure out, why are we here? Are we here just to have a difficult conversation and not make a decision? We have a $200 million deficit. I believe we need to do fare increases and some service cuts in moderation, both sides. I don't want to hurt the agency. I don't want to hurt our customers, and I don't want to hurt our employees. No more layoffs. I am asking our committee to make some compromises. This is not perfect. This is not perfect. It's not perfect for me. This isn't what I want. If you were going to ask me what my first choices were, it's not these. But I do believe it is time for us to come together, compromise, figure out what's good for RTD and not necessarily, for some part of RTD. We need to make a decision. If not, why are we here? Why are we here if we can't do this? And any deliberative body that's out there, whether it's a state legislature or Congress, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But on the other hand, they make a decision. And this is what's being asked of us. We have to figure out how we are going to balance our budget. And $200 million is an enormous amount of money. And if you want to drain our reserves until they're absolutely gone, then we're in real trouble. So I'm sorry, I am asking you all to consider trying to find some revenue options. We may not like them. I can tell you that. But what is good for the agency and what's the best move for our customers? Because I don't want to hurt our customers. I don't want to lose our customers. But we also have to keep this boat afloat. And that's what I ask you to do. Please, please come together. Find, if you don't like this resolution and you think you can get 4 votes on the committee, offer a motion. You can't just sit there and say, no, I don't like this. So if you're going to say, no, I don't like this, what I would like to ask you then is put forth a measure finding $20 million or $10 million. You have to be a part of the solution. That's what I'm
Orders.
going to ask for you.
Orders
Yes,
of the day.
Director Guzman, yes.
I don't mind being preached at when I'm at church, but I do have a problem with it in a meeting like this. I understand that you are frustrated, but we're having the conversation you asked us to have.
Uh-huh.
I don't appreciate being spoken down to like that. I'm sure none of us do. And I do understand that we are here to do the hard work of civic leadership. So can we move on to either a vote?
Oh, absolutely. And thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for that comment. What I'm trying to portray to our committee is how urgent this is. And I am asking you, please come together and give us a path forward. Again, if you've got recommendations, make them, whether it's tonight or next week, and you want to bring them to the full board, or you've got three directors that have got ideas, bring them forward. Okay, Director Geisinger.
You know, a real problem I have with that is that we're talking a fair study and equity analysis that's probably an 18-month process. We're going to spend money on this next year, and spending, what do we spend, $1.25 million moving forward? I mean, I just think there are other things we need to look at. I'm not sure how I'm voting on this, but beyond the airport fares, I'm not a big fan of getting into a big expensive process to save a little money, in a year and a half or 2 years. I think, our pension process could be revised so it's better for employees in terms of, potentially the vesting, and it still saves us money. I think we need to look at that. I know that that's not something that is on the table tonight, but I do think there's significant savings there. I just am having trouble getting over the idea that we're planning raising a fare in 2028.
Okay, thank you for that. And then also, I would also like to add that we have a COA process out there right now for 3.5 million. They're going to be coming up with a lot of the information that we're moving forward with now. We can ask them, they've already been digging in. We can ask them to perhaps speed up some of this information. We have staff that has expertise. So it seems to me it would be possible that we could try to speed up some of these items that we're talking about, because quite frankly, I don't want to spend another $1 million on another study, especially after we're spending 3.5 million on the COA, which is basically the same thing. So, Director Arcuri?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Director Arcuri is
Point
next.
of order. If a chair wants to debate, parliamentary procedure requires that you hand the gavel to the vice chair. Thank you.
I am calling on our Vice Chair Arcuri. It's your turn to speak. Thank you.
Hi, I don't want to put thoughts or words in Director Nicholson's mouth, but I believe when he was talking about the fact that we need about $50 million to hit that for this year, I believe he was referring to maybe a cash target that the operations and what are they even called? The OSS committee, whatever that all stands for. I believe that's the figure he was referring to. And I just wanted to ask CFO Mackey if some of what she's bringing to us tonight also would get us closer to hitting that target, such that the $20 million motion we discussed earlier tonight but haven't voted on yet, as well as like this 10, 12 million motion we're kind of talking about now, if by the time we added in some of the savings that would happen because of those bond issues, if that would help us also reach the $50 million target that Director Nicholson and that committee, I believe, are shooting for. Do you understand my question?
CFO Mackey?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. In terms of the bond refinancing, that is largely cash flow. So no, that's not cost savings, except for approximately $2.5 million that we presented last month.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, Director Curie? And by the way, we need to come to a break quickly for our CART staff. So I am going to quickly go through. I see 2 other hands that are up. We'll do that and then we'll take the vote. And, you know, we'll see what happens. Director Larson, you're next.
I would just propose that the request be for staff to find a fare increase that can be implemented, by the first quarter of 2027. And if that's not possible, just plain not possible for the staff to do, then that they should present that to us too.
Okay, I would
But
take that
I
as
would
a
put a
friendly
time limit
amendment.
on it, and I would put a dollar amount that any fares, that any, study would have to be below maybe $500,400,000. And, and we could even go further and say that whatever the amount is, has to have those requirements, and that's, do the best you can within those constraints.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that direction. Any other comments, Director Larson? Okay, thank you. Director Nicholson, and then we're going to go to a vote. Director Nicholson, are you still there?
This is what I get for unmuting myself. So I think the thing for me, when it comes to, so first off, the $50 million, just to be clear, is a matter of the fiscal policy. So this committee wrote a fiscal policy. That fiscal policy requires us to hit certain benchmarks for solvency. And according to that fiscal policy, in order for us to stay in order to stay within bounds, that we have to make certain cuts this year. And the number that CFO Mackey raised at the beginning of this meeting was that in order for us to do that, again, to comply with the fiscal policy that you guys have written and revised, we have to cut $50 million or find $50 million to raise $50 million. So what I would say to Matt's point, I am all for doing a fair increase in the short term. We are also, unless that is a massive increase, we are going to need to do a real fare increase to well over $3 at some point in the next 2 years. And so I would hope that this committee would recognize that that is coming, regardless of what we do now. There is going to be a need to raise fares, and that we would start that process of studying it now so that the next board in 9 months doesn't have to start it and be 9 months behind. So I think moving forward with this is absolutely the right thing to do, because it's a reality that is coming for us regardless. And hey, if we pass a ballot measure and raise tons and tons and oodles of money, then we don't have to do it. But we should be prepared for the possibility that we don't pass a ballot measure, and we really do have to make those incredibly difficult choices to keep the system running at all.
Okay, thank you, Director Nicholson. Director Larson, do you have your hand up again?
Yeah, I just had a
Okay.
comment real quick that
Okay, please.
I believe Chris is right, provided we don't change the fiscal policy, but we do have the option of changing the fiscal policy.
Yes, we do. Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's vote. The measure is the board direct staff to include in the 27 budget 8 to 10 million amount additional fare revenue achieved from fare changes, pass changes, and fees effective. Our target is May and June of 2027 service changes. So I will take
Point of inquiry.
roll call.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm not
I'm
trying
sorry,
to
your
dissuade.
question?
The transcript earlier when you presented this
Yes.
says 8 to 12 million, and that was
Oh,
properly seconded. So what are we voting on?
okay.
Because
Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I appreciate that. It would be 8 to 12 million. I agree. So let me restate. The board directs staff to include in the 2027 budget 8 to 12 million of additional fare, pass, and fee revenue to be achieved through fare increases effective if possible with the May-June 2027 service changes. And then in addition, we talked about staff bringing 3 options to us so that we can make decisions. So I'd like to start the vote on that. Director Arcuri,
Yes.
Director Geisinger,
So we're saying if possible, they would go in effect in 2027. I think Ms. Johnson has her hand up.
that would be a request. We understand it might not be possible. So CEO Johnson, if you would like to add to that?
No, just a point of clarification, Madam Chair. As I read the recommendation, the third paragraph said for the September board meeting cycle, staff will produce 2 options for fare modifications. Was an amendment made to the recommended action, changing it to 3?
The recommended action was not actually submitted. When I made the motion, I made 3.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Geisinger,
I will vote yes at this point, but it may turn into a no.
okay, thank you. Director Gushenritter, is he here? Okay. Director Guzman,
sorry, I am not prepared to vote on the recommended action you made. So my answer
okay,
is no.
okay. Director Larson,
I'll vote yes to move this forward.
okay, thank
I
you.
don't think we need 3 options, but it's fine.
Okay, Director Rusha,
No.
okay, and myself, I'm a yes. So that passes with 4 yeses and 3 nos. So thank you all very much. We had a good discussion. I appreciate that. It is now 7:47 and we need to give our CART folks a break. So let's reconvene at how about 7:55? Shall we do
I
that?
mean, Director Banker, we need a minimum of 10 minutes for the CART break.
Okay, then
Um,
we'll reconvene at 8 o'clock. Thank you
Thank
all.
you. And just for the record, the vote was 4-2 with 1 absent.
Oh, thank you.
Yep, okay. All right, just doing a quick time check. We are at the top of the hour here. I see we have Director Arcuri back, but most other folks have not yet returned. Director Guzman is here. Director Geisinger. Wherefore art thou, Director Banker? Director Rusha is back. All right, I suppose we will continue to hold until Director Banker returns, and we can recommence.
Okay, hi Jack. Oh, it's 8:01. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, so we're on to the third item, bond refunding resolution. And so I would like to ask, let me state the resolution for the RTD Board of Directors to adopt resolution number to be filled in later, series of 2026, authorizing the refunding of all or a portion of the fast track sales tax bond series 2013A, 2016A, 2017A, 2017B, 2019A, and 2021A. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Guzman.
Okay.
Second.
Second? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. Who second?
It was Director Rusha.
Okay, thank you. So it has been moved and seconded. I would like to ask Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer, to present the item to the committee.
Yes, thank you
Ms.
very much,
Mackey?
Chair Banker.
Thank you.
Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer, and I'm actually going to turn it over to our Director of Treasury, Brendan Morgan, and he's going to present this item this evening.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Hi, good evening. I apologize. My Zoom is telling me that my camera is being used by another application right now, but it is not. So I apologize.
Technology does that.
I apologize for that. So I'll proceed without the camera. I'll see if I can get that figured out for my next presentation later this evening. But for now, I'm just going to share my screen here showing the resolution that we'll be discussing here. Again, good evening. I'm Brendan Morgan, Director of Treasury for RTD. This recommended action is a follow-up to the related bond refunding discussion that was brought to this committee last month. The resolution, if adopted by the committee and the Board of Directors, will authorize General Manager and CEO Johnson or CFO Mackey to execute a refunding project that may include several components, including refunding of RTD's 2027 maturity of the 2013A Fast Tracks bonds, as well as all outstanding Series 2016 and 17A Fast Tracks bonds, a tender offer to purchase and refund RTD's Series 2019A and 2021A Fast Tracks bonds, and to refund RTD's 2017B Fast Tracks bonds on a forward delivery basis, all with the goal of reducing future debt service payments. The resolution authorizes all of these components within certain parameters to ensure that the transaction can only be completed if it is economically beneficial to RTD. A few of these parameters include a requirement that any new bonds have a final maturity no later than 2046, so that the repayment period is not extended beyond the current existing payment period. Another requirement is that the net present value savings must not be less than 3% of the bonds being refinanced. Substantially final drafts of the contractual bond documents are posted on the RTD website at the link provided in the board report for this item. The proposed bonds would be underwritten by a syndicate of investment banks, including Wells Fargo as senior manager and Loop Capital and Stifel as co-managers. The refunding will reduce debt service payments every year from 2026 through 2046, with the majority of the savings being realized in the first few years. Current market conditions would generate over $30 million of gross savings, net of fees and expenses. And bond market conditions will ultimately dictate the amount of savings that can and may be achieved by this transaction, should the board approve it. If this resolution is approved by the board this month, we would look to price the bonds the week of August 18th and have the transaction closed by the end of August. So with these comments out of the way, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan. You bring us some good news. Any comments or questions from our committee? Okay, so let's go right to a vote. Are there any no votes on this? No, so it passes with 6 of our directors. Yes. Okay. Thank you for staying up with us. It's 8 o'clock and it's way past working hours. So Mr. Morgan, thank you so much for doing this and staying for this long to bring us some good news. It looks like it's going to save us some money. And that's what we're talking about tonight. So thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's move on then we're back to discussion items. So we've got 5 discussion items. The first one up is financial performance. And I would like to ask Ms. Mackey, Chief Financial Officer, to present this item to the committee. And I think you also have some good news for us. So I'm looking forward to this. I like this.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Hopefully you can see the screen. Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer. Today I'll walk through RTD's financial performance through April 30, 2026. These results are unaudited, and this briefing is aligned with RTD's fiscal policy requirement and commitment to transparency and accountability as we review trends early in the fiscal year. Here is the outline for the discussion. I will start with background and purpose, including why this update is provided regularly. Next, we will review the latest financial results and position, including major variances to budget and prior year. Finally, I will summarize the overall financial performance and key considerations as we move deeper into 2026. Let's begin with the context that frames the results. RTD's fiscal policy requires that a monthly financial status report be submitted to the board, and we meet that requirement through materials included in the board briefing documents. We encourage you to read the financial statements and supporting analysis every month, which includes more detailed budget variances. I also present a regular financial update to this committee, which allows us to focus on meaningful trends and developing risks and opportunities. Some of the other financial documents available on RTD's website include the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the Fiscal Policy, and the Transit Asset Management Plan. Now let's look at the agency's financial results and position through April, beginning with revenue and expense. RTD reported a net position decrease or loss of $106 million for January through April. The primary driver continues to be elevated operating expenses, creating a structural deficit. Total revenue of $333 million was $70 million or 17% below budget and $19 million or 6% favorable to prior year. Starting at the top of the table, fare revenue of $19 million was 5% favorable to budget and 4% ahead of prior year. Sales and use tax revenue of $273 million was flat to budget and 1% favorable to prior year. Grant revenue does not arrive in a smooth monthly pattern and is based on reimbursement cycles and timing of when expenses incurred are submitted for reimbursement. So we should see this normalize later in the year, and a large drawdown occurred in June. Investment income is budgeted conservatively, and the $12 million in investment income is 51% behind prior year, due primarily to lower investment returns in the market, but was 51% favorable to budget. The next line item is primarily advertising revenue, which decreased $2 million or 49% from prior year, given the planned early termination of the Lamar advertising contract. On the expense side, total expenses were $439 million, which was favorable to budget by $74 million or 14% and favorable to prior year by $29 million or 6%. The largest driver is operating expense, due in part to active spend management and timing. Even with these favorable variances, the expense base remains elevated relative to recurring revenue, which is why we describe this as a structural deficit environment. Depreciation expense is declining as RTD's capital continues aging, and interest expense is continuing to improve given staff's effective management of debt obligations. Overall, while the year-to-date loss of 106 million is 3% better than budget and 31% improved from prior year, this view reinforces the underlying large gap between recurring revenue and recurring operating costs. Staff continues to focus on long-term sustainability through disciplined operating expense management and effective transit asset management plan, and preserving compliance with the agency's financial policies. Turning now to the balance sheet and net position, this provides a high-level view of RTD's financial position as of April 2026 compared to the prior year. The agency's net position is $2.9 billion, which is a decline of about 105 million or 2% from prior year. The primary drivers of that decline are continued operating losses and ongoing depreciation of capital assets without equal reinvestment into the existing system. It's important to remember that depreciation is a non-cash expense that reflects consumption of RTD's long-lived infrastructure and fleet assets over time. When combined with recurring operating losses, it contributes to the continued downward pressure on overall net position, which is what RTD owns. The total assets declined 116 million or 2% year over year. Cash and cash equivalents of 932 million were nearly flat to prior year. Net capital assets declined by approximately $95 million, primarily due to depreciation outpacing capital expenditures. This trend reinforces the importance of maintaining sustainable long-term capital funding strategies to preserve system condition and asset reliability over time. Within net position, the operating reserve balance declined approximately 27 million year over year, and the capital replacement fund declined 95 million. The unrestricted fund balance increased from 16 million to 54 million due to internal classifications and timing shifts between reserve categories rather than a fundamental improvement in financial condition. Overall, this slide highlights that while RTD continues to maintain substantial assets and liquidity, the organization is experiencing some erosion in financial position over time, which is why staff remains focused on balancing near-term operational needs with long-term financial sustainability, preserving liquidity, maintaining adequate reserves, and aligning operating and capital decisions with the agency's financial policies. This slide you've seen before, which describes fund balances. Restricted funds are tied to statutory or contractual requirements. Board designated reserves include the operating reserve, which the board sets at 3 months of operating expenses, and the capital replacement reserve to align with the TAM plan. The Fast Track's internal savings account is designated by the board to support Fast Track's elements. Unrestricted represents the remaining undesignated portion of net position. It's important to note that reserves represent financial position, whereas cash represents liquidity. These are related but not interchangeable concepts. Turning to historical trends, this slide is intended to provide broader context around RTD's long-term financial trajectory and the structural dynamics discussed in this presentation. Starting on the left, you can see the trend in unrestricted cash and investments declining, along with base system and Fast Track's fund balances declining since 2023 after the federal pandemic era relief was provided. 2025 declined by about $150 million. Absent sufficient and timely corrective action, the deficit will continue to place downward pressure on liquidity over time. While RTD continues to maintain significant cash balances today, those balances are not infinite, and the trend line is important. Remember that cash and fund balances are not additive. They overlap in certain ways and represent different accounting and policy perspectives, so they should not be interpreted as separate pools available for spending. On the right side, we show RTD's large financial obligations, including debt and pension liabilities. Overall obligations have declined from 4.1 billion in 2020 to 3.3 billion as of April 2026. The majority of that balance relates to long-term debt associated primarily with Fast Track's infrastructure. This trend reflects steady repayment of debt obligations over time. Pension liabilities also have improved compared to earlier years. They remain an ongoing obligation that requires continued monitoring. To conclude the financial performance update, I will summarize the key themes reflected in this presentation. First, revenue grew 6% compared to prior year to date through April, while expense improved 6% as well, but spending continues to exceed revenue. As a result, RTD reported a loss of 106 million for January through April of 2026. The underlying issues continue to be the structural deficit, meaning the agency's recurring operating expense base remains high relative to recurring revenues. The broader trend in RTD's financial position remains important. Net position, or what RTD owns after liabilities, declined 105 million from the prior year. That decline was driven by operating losses combined with ongoing capital depreciation. RTD remains financially stable today, with substantial assets, liquidity, and continued access to capital markets. However, the agency continues to operate in a structural deficit environment that, if left unaddressed properly over time, will continue to erode liquidity reserves and overall financial flexibility. And Ms. Chair, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a good presentation. Any comments, questions from the committee? No, I actually have one. If you could go back to page 64, the April year-to-date revenue and expense table. That was my favorite, Kelly. Okay, here's the good news that I want to just re-emphasize from what Ms. Mackey has told us. If you go down to the operating expenses, go down a few lines to sort of the middle of the page, you see what the actual operating numbers are for the first 4 months of our fiscal year and to what was in the budget. And quite frankly, the column over, the 71.4 million is wonderful good news, because quite frankly, we are underspending at this point in the fiscal year, $71 million. Now, that number could grow as the year goes on. It's possible for it to shrink, but quite frankly, I do believe some of those savings are going to carry forward into 2027. So I just want to thank you. I think, quite frankly, I see these numbers and I think this is really good news. So thank you very much. I see Director Guzman has a comment or question. Director Guzman.
Thank you. While we're on that same page and having that conversation, we are 71.4 better, which is awesome. But it's a third of the year at this point that we're looking at. And so my question is, what remains to be paid from that line item for the remainder of the year? Because the way that I understood it last year, and I still understand it, is that this was made for the entire 12 months. And so it might be a bit of a knee-jerk reaction to assume we have underspent when certain contracts or other invoices have not yet been paid out of that line item. Is there any clarity around that and what we're looking at for the remainder of the year?
CFO Mackey, if you would like to respond.
Yes, we are 1/3 through the year in terms of operating expenses, and so there will be variability. We're underspending in areas like planning, operations, but it is a bit too early to tell for sure. If I could guess though, my best guess is we probably will be favorable, but I can't say at this point by how much. So we're trying to be as favorable as we can reasonably.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Director Rusha.
Oh, thank you. I have a question similar to Director Guzman. So under operating expenses, on the actual, does that account for open positions that we need filled? That was one question. And the second question is my understanding that we might have like over budgeted a bit for paratransit? And I was just wondering if staff could speak to that aspect of our budget, because it is also in operations.
Okay, good questions. CFO Mackey, if you can respond.
So a vacant position would not have an expense, so vacancies would not be shown there. And I do not know that paratransit budget was over budgeted, so I can't speak to that specifically. I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks. May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. So do we know, like, how is it possible that maybe staff could just follow up and give us a snapshot of our open positions and just like where we are? So much has changed, you know, since we passed this budget last year. Is that something that we can just get a follow-up on so we have a better sense of where that line item might be tracking? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And if you do prepare that information, Ms. Mackey, if you could also share it with the entire Finance Committee, because I would like to see also how many vacant positions. I know we received an email from our CEO Johnson that 40 vacant positions were eliminated, and then we had 40 layoffs. So there's 80 positions now lower than where we were just a few months ago. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, sounds good. Let's go on to the second item then, Build America bonds. So I'd like to ask Ms. Mackey, Chief Financial Officer, and Brendan Morgan, Director of the Treasury, to present this item to the committee. If you're ready with your presentation.
Yes,
I
thank
know
you,
you've got to pull it
Chair
up again.
Baker.
Yes.
For this presentation as well, I will turn it over to Mr. Brendan Morgan to present.
To Mr. Morgan?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I just didn't hear.
Thank you, CFO Mackey. Good evening. I'm Brendan Morgan, Director of Treasury again. And again, I apologize. I did not get my camera working yet. I'm afraid I'll have to restart my computer, and I feared that I would not be back in time for this presentation. So my apologies. So this item here, it talks about something called Build America Bonds, or BABs for short. I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview of what BABs are, what they're all about. Talk a little bit about recent BABs events. I'll talk about RTD's BABs because we do have some BABs outstanding. They are a type of bond. And then we'll talk about some potential next steps for a potential opportunity that RTD could pursue should the board choose. But we'll start with the strategic priority. This particular item deals with the strategic priority of financial success. And part of our management of the debt portfolio involves routine monitoring for debt refinancing or restructuring opportunities to reduce interest expense or reduce risk. And current events may allow for both of those things. But let's start with BABs, a little bit of history. BABs were created in 2009 by Congress to enhance capital market access of local governments. The idea is that local governments, instead of issuing tax-exempt debt with nice low interest rates as they're used to, would now have the option to issue taxable debt, and in exchange for paying a higher interest rate, could then get a 35% subsidy for any interest that they pay for the life of the bond. The catch is that the federal government has not paid the full 35% subsidy since 2013. So bond issuers like RTD are now paying higher than expected interest rates. Currently, the subsidy being paid is 33% as opposed to the original 35% that was expected. The next couple slides talk about a few, call them catchphrases here. One of them is make whole call, and this is an important concept when we talk about BABs and this potential opportunity. When you issue bonds, the bonds have optional redemption provisions, which just means they're the terms and conditions around when the issuer can call the bonds back to prepay them, whether to pay them off early or to refinance them with new debt. And BABs have what's called a make whole call provision, as opposed to a par call, which is the standard type of call in the municipal bond market for tax-exempt bonds. A make whole call is designed to limit the ability of an issuer like RTD to refinance their debt. And the reason it makes it difficult is because the redemption price, or the price you have to pay off your debt, is equal to the net present value of all remaining payments. So imagine having a car loan or a mortgage. If you wanted to prepay it or refinance it, you don't have to just pay the principal. You also have to pay the present value of any unpaid interest, any interest payments that you haven't made in the future. So it gets very expensive. BABs have this make whole call. Standard traditional tax-exempt municipal bonds have what's called a par call, and that's just like your mortgage or car loan, where if you want to prepay it, all you have to pay is the amount of principal that's still outstanding. And that term comes in handy at the very end of this presentation. We'll talk about par call. It's a much more economical way to refinance your debt or prepay it. BABs typically have two different redemption provisions. One is an optional redemption, which is a make whole call, and an extraordinary optional redemption, which is also a make whole call. The difference between the two is the discount rate that calculates how expensive it's going to be for you to pay off that debt. The extraordinary optional redemption is the cheaper of the two provisions. It's the more beneficial one for RTD as an issuer. The catch is you have to have an extraordinary event happen. And an extraordinary event is essentially a change in law that creates a material adverse change to the issuer in relation to that subsidy, that 35% subsidy, causing it to go down, right? Which we have already covered in this presentation. That has happened. So that segues us into recent BABS events. Starting with the Indiana Municipal Power Agency versus United States. So the Indiana Municipal Power Agency issued bonds way back when, around 2010, when RTD issued them. And they've been receiving a subsidy that's less than originally promised, less than that 35% subsidy for over 10 years. And they decided that they would seek to restore their full 35% subsidy through the courts. This court case provided favorable guidance for issuers of BABS like RTD. Shortly following this court case, the New York MTA, or Metropolitan Transportation Authority Board, authorized staff to approve a refunding of up to $3.7 billion worth of outstanding BABS, now that they had this case law showing that they had the authority to do so. Shortly following that, the RTD board authorized staff to refund $100 million of BABS back in 2024, which we successfully did. And that transaction's been closed since 2024, and RTD has been reaping the benefits ever since. Most bond counsel views the sequestration or reduction in that subsidy as a material adverse event and therefore an extraordinary event. That's what allows us to do these transactions like we did in 2024, and like we're discussing this potential opportunity this evening. This conclusion basically indicates that RTD has the contractual right to exercise that extraordinary optional redemption provision on our BABS to refinance them. So as far as RTD's BABS, what do they look like today? Well, we have approximately $300 million worth of fast-track sales tax bonds that are outstanding today as Build America bonds. They were issued to fund fast-track projects, largely the W line. The coupon on these bonds is 5.844%. That's the fixed interest rate that RTD agreed to pay investors every year on these bonds. And the final maturity of these bonds is not until 2050. So it's a long time from now. And this is actually RTD's final, or will be RTD's final fast-track sales tax bond. When this one gets paid off in 2050, this would be the last outstanding fast-track bond. So it's quite long. So moving on to refunding benefits. Why would we want to refund these BABS? Well, there's a few issues here. I'm going to walk through these bullets because they're all important and nice. None of them are huge on their own, but when you add them all up together, they tell a compelling story. So the first one being, we can potentially reduce interest expense in 27, 28, and 29 by somewhere between $3.5 to $4 million. So that's fantastic. We love saving money. Yet beyond that, we can reduce our debt outstanding. Because these bonds have a debt service reserve fund that's currently worth about $12 million. That reserve fund has to stay intact through the life of this debt, and it can only be used to pay off the debt. So we can't use this for anything else. It has to be used to repay debt, and it would be nice if we could reduce the amount of debt we have on our balance sheet. So there's another benefit. A third benefit here is the eliminating an obligation to contribute about $18 million to that same debt service reserve between the years 2027 and 2032. That's what we're currently contractually obligated to do, and that $18 million obligation will go away if we were to refund this debt. We also eliminate the risk of sequestration, or in other words, we eliminate the risk of this subsidy going to zero. If this subsidy were to go to zero at some point between today and 2050, and it happened to occur during a time when the bond market would not allow us to refund this debt in an economically beneficial manner. We would just be stuck with it. The subsidy today that we receive is approximately $6 million per year. So it would have the effect of essentially increasing our annual debt service by about $6 million annually. If that set of circumstances were to happen at any point between today and 2050. And last, but certainly not least, we would refinance these with tax-exempt bonds, which, as we discussed earlier, the standard for tax-exempt bonds is to have a par call, meaning we can refund them at a certain point in time very economically. So the standard in the municipal bond market is 10 years, so we'd have a 10-year par call. We'd be able to effectively refinance this debt again and potentially lock in substantial savings at that point because we'd be 10 years down the road, and this debt would be much shorter. So rates are typically lower for shorter term debt than longer term debt. So you add all of these potential refunding benefits together, and it tells, in my mind, a compelling story worthy of consideration. So as far as next steps, well, what we'd like to do is come back to the board in September with a bond resolution similar to the one that you all voted on earlier. This would authorize staff to proceed with a refunding of these bonds. If, assuming the board approves the resolution, we would then go to price the bonds and go to market in October and close the transaction in November. With those comments out of the way, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan. Any comments, any questions from our committee? Okay, Director Guzman.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find the button for the hand. First, CFO Mackey and Mr. Morgan, thank you so much for bringing this before us. I know we talked about this a couple of years ago. We had a brief conversation about it last year, but I do appreciate that we waited to see what would happen with Indiana and find out what's going on there. I would encourage all of us to learn a little bit more about what was just presented, but also see great value in that for the agency by not having to sequester the additional money that we're currently using to subsidize the promise that the U.S. government gave to all governments when they offered this in 2009. So I'm really excited about this, and I would love to see this go forward and be approved by the board. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Director Larson.
Is there any reason, this sounds great, is there any reason not to do it?
Mr. Morgan.
Yes, thank you. Good question. This transaction, the way we do any of our refunding transactions, we set these resolutions in a manner that they cannot be done in a way that's not economically beneficial. If the math doesn't work, we're not allowed to proceed. Any authorization given to staff would require a similar set of parameters so that we couldn't get in trouble and make things worse, for example. So there's not really much downside to this. We really did not identify any risks to moving ahead with this. Back in 2024, when we refinanced our other BABs, the risk that we identified was that it was a fairly new concept and not a lot of issuers had done this. So there was a risk that the investors may sue issuers as they start refunding these BABs. We did not know if that would happen or not. To my knowledge, it's not happened. It certainly did not happen to RTD. I'm not aware of it happening to any other issuers at this point in time. So we're much more comfortable with it today, with having all this time passed. In fact, last time when we went through a similar transaction, some of the investors who we called the BABs away from, came back and bought our new bonds that we were issuing to replace them. So it was fairly well received by the market, I would say. So I don't have any real risks to share with you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Morgan. I actually have a question, and that is, you talked about $18 million. How can we benefit from that in next year's budget? How would you explain that we might be able to have some savings there?
Sure. So the requirement, so it's $18 million and it's spread across the years 2027 through 2032. It's a different dollar amount every year. It's not a round number. It's sort of abstract numbers. Every year it goes up and goes down. But the requirement is essentially that we take cash, some of our unrestricted cash, and we move it into restricted. And the total at the end of, by 2032, will be an additional $18 million added to the 12 that's already there today that we'll be able to release. So cash is not budgeted, so you won't see that in the budget. However, it is a very important resource, right? With cash, we use cash to fund our expenses, of course.
Okay.
So I think that's how I would answer that for you.
Okay, thank you. I think I follow. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, sounds good. Mr. Morgan, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm glad you know about bonds. It's a complicated area, but I look forward to working with you in September.
My pleasure.
Okay, take care. Third item for discussion tonight is the 5-year financial forecast. So Ms. Mackey, CFO, and also Mr. Nickel, Director of Senior Manager of Budget. If you're both going to be presenting this, please begin. Can't hear you. Kelly, you're talking?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening. This is Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer. Packet pages 94 through 104 summarize our 5-year financial forecast for 2027 through 2031. And this page lays out the key sections of the presentation: background, assumption, process, and next steps. It also visually shows how the 5-year financial forecast fits into the annual financial cycle, connecting the asset management plan to budget development to ensure we're aligning resources with strategic priorities. Page 96 highlights that the 5-year financial forecast is produced annually and is aligned with the strategic plan and the TAM and asset management plans. It is the basis for RTD's budget preparation, not an appropriation, and it can be updated throughout the year. It has strategic plan alignment to financial success. It also notes that the board requested multiple service hour modification scenarios in June, including 0%, 5%, 10%, 17.5%, and 20%, which are the foundation of the forecast. One of the questions I received from a director is if 15% could be included, which was included in modeling provided to the board over the past few months, but it was not voted on by the board in June to include in this modeling. This page illustrates our financial planning workflow. Budgeting, forecasting, and capital planning are continuous and integrated processes aimed at putting the right money in the right year for the right requests for the right reasons. It visually reinforces how the forecast aligns to the budget and the asset management plan. Page 98 lists the assumptions powering the forecast: low fair revenue growth, the March 2026 sales and use tax forecast from CU Leads, 3% inflation, fuel locked at $3, no unawarded grants, and inclusion of the asset management plan needs. The critical point is that reserve balances under these assumptions do not meet the fiscal policy requirements. The 5-year financial forecast does not include projections for potential joint service expenditures, as that has not been voted on by the RTD board. This page shows the $0 service hour modification scenario. Even with no modifications, reserves fall sharply and significant financing is required given the asset management plan requirements presented to the committee in May. The unrestricted reserve becomes negative and the AMP needs remain unfunded. The 2026 projected fair revenue should be listed at 62 million here rather than 92 million, just calling that out. And please note that the 200 million minimum shown here for cash and equivalents in the following slides is based on staff's recommendation and correlates to fiscal policy requirements for minimum reserves. Another question I received was for detailed savings information related to benefits adjustments, which will be incorporated very soon into the 2027 proposed budget. Page 100 presents the 15 million service hour modification scenario. While expenditures improve slightly, financing needs remain high, and unrestricted reserves still trend toward negative, and the AMP needs are not addressed. This page shows that a $31 million service hour modification improves operating costs somewhat, but still requires major financing given the AMP requirements, and reserves continue to deteriorate. Even at this level, the agency cannot achieve structural balance. The AMP needs remain entirely unfunded. The AMP needs remain partially unfunded. Page 102 illustrates that deeper service hour modifications around $54 million brings significant trade-offs. Financing drops somewhat, but reserves remain at healthier levels. This scenario shows improvement without solving the underlying long-term deficit. And this next page shows the $62 million service hour modification. Even at 20%, substantial financing is still potentially required for asset management plan needs. Structural balance improves, but is still not reached. The 2026 projected fair revenue should be listed here also at 62 million rather than 92 million, just noting that. And this scenario is aligned to staff's recommended scenario that was presented in April. Page 104 outlines next steps, continuing AMP refinement, integrating FIFE results into the 2027 budget, and ensuring financial decisions align with long-term system needs. It reinforces the importance of ongoing updates and disciplined financial governance as we move into the next budgeting cycle. And that is all I have for this evening. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I know that was a lot of work. And by the way, I just want to bring everybody's attention to the time. It's about 8:40. So if we do have a goal of trying to adjourn around 9, just bringing that to your attention, or we can go longer. We'll start with questions and comments. Director Guzman.
Yes, thank you very much. Kelly, CFO Mackey, thank you so much I apologize, I really do, I'm sorry, for the presentation. With respect to a question about grants and contributions that are listed on these modeling, our 2026 budget listed grants and contributions at about 170, and these are showing at 308. So can you explain the variance of 138 difference? I don't understand what happened there, because if we're assuming we haven't received grants as part of this process, that doesn't make sense unless it's the pass-through, which could be, but I'm not sure that it is.
CFO Mackey?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Chair. I'm pulling up the budget here. So if I'm looking at the budget documents on RTD's website, and I'm looking at that consolidated view that's on page 5, it says that the 2026 budget for grant revenue and other income is $341 million. So you're probably looking at a view that did not include East Colfax BRT, would be my guess.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions, Mr. Director Guzman? Okay, thank you. Director Larson.
Thank you, CFO Mackey. So the scenarios that you presented that were sort of 0% service changes or other sort of not very many service hour reductions. You said that they would require financing in order to basically keep us afloat into the later parts of that forecast period. What kinds of financing would they require? Thanks.
May I, Ms. Chair?
CFO Mackey. Yes.
So we would recommend first, similar to the 5-year financial forecast that we presented a year ago, we'd recommend first financing on bus procurements. That would be the most logical place to start. And there's other opportunities, but most likely we would be able to achieve the required financing through bus procurements.
Okay, Director Larson, any follow-up question?
No, so if we just finance the buses, then we can protect ourselves from sort of doom, at least in the short term, even though we would be violating the fiscal policy, although the fiscal policy could also be changed. Is that a fair assessment?
Ms. Chair?
Yes, CFO Mackey.
I would agree that would be a fair assessment. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Larson, do you have any other comments?
No.
Okay, thank you. Director Rusha.
Thank you. Oh,
Sure, thank you. I have a couple of questions. So just to piggyback off of what Director Larson said, what if we were to finance buses, what is the estimated how much cash does that free up in the short term? I'm not sure if I got that. That's my first question. And then I have others related to the 5.
Okay, CFO Mackey, if you could respond.
Yes, thank you. If in the short term we mean 2028, what we're recommending here is about 500 million that we could do potentially. We'd have to continue monitoring at the timing of bus procurements, and we could look at other options as well, but we could do that in 2028.
Okay, sorry, may I go ahead, Madam Chair?
No, please continue, Director Ruscia.
Thanks. Okay, so thank you for this, and thank you for addressing some of the questions that I sent to you via email in your presentation. I just have a clarification on that first line. Like if you go to packet page 99, where it has the 0% scenario, same with the 20%, where there's that $30 million difference on the fare revenue. So I guess my question is, does that $30 million correction change only the fare and the total revenue and net source and use lines, or does that also reduce the projected cash and reserve balances for later years?
Ms. Chair?
Yes.
All
CFO
of the above. All of the above.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Chair. It's okay if we just dialogue to get through this quickly.
No, please do. Continue.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I thought that was the case, but math is probably your strong suit, so I had to check. And then I wanted to ask the question about the joint service. So I understand that it was omitted because we haven't approved it, but at the same time, I do believe it's in the OSS packet. It wasn't in this packet. And also we are moving forward as though we're doing joint service. So can you speak to that a little bit in terms of our forecast? Does that make sense? Because I just feel like it's a little bit backwards order the way we're making budget decisions. But it's hard for me to conceptualize what good budgeting is, because we're not just doing it short term, without also considering this other ask that we have out there. So I guess if you could speak to that a little bit, that would be appreciated. And back to one of the questions that I asked in our email exchange, I had asked, if we do joint service, does this mean we have to make more reductions on the operation side? And if so, is that potentially more service cuts?
CFO Mackey.
Yes, thank you for the questions. So we have included joint service in a number of materials, including those that have gone to Finance and Planning Committee over the past few months, but I hear you. And so I would be more than happy to, in the September committee meeting, when we come back with this, and just include that so you can see it again, if that makes sense. And your other question is, we would, if we have increased expenditures to cover what's flowing through joint service or cash, we would have to, in theory, find other savings elsewhere. We could figure out where exactly that would come from. But definitely for operating expense, we'd have to look at potentially making some reductions there. And we would have to review our cash balances too.
Okay, thank you. Director Ruscia, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, comments. Okay, so thank you for that. So I know this is not OSS committee, but in the OSS packet, joint service is including those scenarios. So I guess I would encourage directors, if you haven't read the OSS packet, to go give it a look. If I'm reading this correctly, it shows that if we do nothing, if we do no deficit reduction, then with joint service, it's over $562 million worse position, than if we had some deficit reduction measures. If we did, I know we're doing percentages, but just the packet, if we did a 10% service reduction with joint service, we're still looking at, a negative 156 million. I actually don't know if you can have negative unrestricted because it's just not there. But anyway, the chart in OSS, I think, lays out a clearer picture. And so to that, and I would just say that, financing buses might not be it might feel a little risky. It might not be the most that might not have been our first choice. But I do think that we need to consider that if we are going to try to mitigate service cuts and also do joint service. Again, CFO Mackey has all the letters after her name. I don't, but I would kind of offer that, unless we want to gut our base system for joint service, then I think that's something that we need to strongly consider so that we can follow through on what looks to be a commitment, without, cutting service for folks that need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Arcuri. Question, comment?
Thank you. Yes. First is following in line with what Director Ruscia was just talking about. Would it also be possible, Ms. Mackey, to get some scenarios into this 5-year forecast, assuming we did help out with the end line as well? Because I believe, I could be mistaken, and please correct me if I am, that money would also come out of the FISA, if there's any FISA money left.
CFO Mackey?
Yes, we can explore that as a possibility. I can't say definitively yes or no right now, but I will explore it.
Okay, thank you. And then just one more question, please, Ms. Mackey.
Please.
That is, we have 969 million in capital expenditures here in 2028. Can you kind of tell me why that is so high? What's going on in 2028 that's causing such a spike? If you don't know, that's fine too.
CFO Mackey.
May I, Ms. Chair?
Yes, please.
There are a number of bus procurements, and we included all of this information in the May Finance and Planning Committee meeting where we did the budget development update. So all you need to do is look at the May materials and it's all listed there. But I can see, at least 500 million in bus procurements. We've also discussed that there's a light rail safety enhancement program, system-wide train protection, and that's $328 million. So those are two of the big ones.
Okay, thank you. Director Arcuri, any other comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to go to Director Nicholson and then to Director Larson. Director Nicholson.
So I want to piggyback off of what Director Arcuri asked, and I guess just sort of, because you mentioned CFO Mackey about financing the bus procurements. My understanding is we were talking about the BRT buses with that. Have your considerations also included the other bus procurements that were factored into that $969 million?
Ms. Chair?
Yes, please.
We haven't decided definitively which bus procurements we would finance. So we would, depending on which FICE scenario the board approves, we would explore which procurements to finance probably after that. But there's definitely optionality.
Follow-up question?
Yes, Director Nicholson.
Is there any reason legally that the board couldn't just cancel some of those bus procurements? We have a lot of buses right now. Some of them are very old. If we don't have a lot of money, why are we buying new buses? Like, I thought we kind of had this conversation 6 months ago about we don't really want to necessarily buy new buses until they're, not working anymore. So maybe this is a GMCO Johnson question, maybe this is somebody else question, but are we legally obligated to buy those buses, or could the board next year just cancel those purchases?
CFO Mackey.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes, please, CEO Johnson.
Yes, thank you very kindly. So there's a couple of issues there, Director Nicholson, with your question. Basically, in reference to us delivering service, we have an obligation to ensure that we are operating in a safe manner and recognizing that some elements of our mean distance between failure, which is a metric that we utilize to optimize our service delivery, may not be optimal. We do have a fleet replacement plan and things of the like. So when we talk about utilizing buses that may pass their useful life benchmark, that may not be advisable in reference to our service delivery model. There are different elements where we can look at other aspects of our fleet. There's a myriad of different reasons associated with that relative to our spare ratio, what that percentage should be, even though there are discussions at the federal level to modify that just by virtue of what that percentage is in reference to how many buses you have in your active AM, PM cycles. But that's just at a high level. There is not like a yes, no answer, recognizing I'm talking off the top of my head, but on average, our fleet is 14 years old, and best practices states that useful life is 12 years. Or 500,000 miles, and we're on average at 14. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I just want to remind everybody, it is about 9 o'clock, so we can continue. There's still a lot on our agenda, but I'm hoping we don't go too much longer. So, Director Larson, question or comment?
Yeah, just a question for CFO Mackey. Did you say that the amount that we could finance of the buses was $500 million? Is that right?
CFO Mackey, do you have the answer?
Yes, Ms. Chair, I do. Thank you. So for 2028, the asset management plan has more than 500 million in bus procurements in it. So assuming that that occurs in 2028, then we could, in theory, finance that in 2028.
So if we finance it, then instead of it being an expenditure, then we're taking out loans against the buses basically, and we pay them off over many years, I presume. Is that right? And then also, what about in 2027? Is there anything we can finance in terms of buses in 2027?
CFO Mackey?
Yes, I believe there is opportunity to finance buses in 2027 as well.
How much do you have any approximate amount of money that we might be able to? Really, the question is how much cash we could not commit if we financed buses in 2027?
Off the top of my head, I believe it would be over $40 million.
Okay.
Okay.
So, okay. And even, basically if we were to do that, it wouldn't really sort of help our structural deficit situation. It would just kind of help our cash liquidity and potentially allow us to postpone reckoning with our structural deficit situation for a while longer. Is that fair?
Yes. Yes, thank you. Yes, but it would not follow the board adopted fiscal policy.
Right. But we're already considering options that don't follow the board adopted fiscal policy. And I suppose we could also alter the board adopted fiscal policy as well. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Director Rusha.
Thank you. So I think I want to just clarify or add to my previous comments about what my position was on the financing. So I personally would not be okay with $500 million. We are already like in debt to our eyeballs, and Fast Track's debt is eating into our ability to run service. That's why we're having this conversation. However, I would be okay with, a much smaller amount, like, Ms. Mackey referenced, potentially 40 million to free up some cash next year. But anyway, I just wanted to sort of clarify when I'd mentioned earlier in the meeting, financing bus procurement. I didn't have $500 million in mind when I said that. So I'm really glad Ms. Mackey answered that question. And with that, I think we really need to consider putting this, and not just consider, I think we need to put this into our plan moving forward. As Director Larson pointed out, very few of the options on the table even meet our fiscal policy. It doesn't look like directors are willing to go for, $40 to $50 million in service cuts. And so something has to give. And even if that financing is kind of a one-time, cash injection, I think we just got to put that on the table, at least so that we could, potentially pass a resolution in July in a couple of weeks. I'm not sure we have a plurality of votes, much less a majority. So, but anyway, thank you. And thank you, Ms. Mackey, for clarifying that for us.
Okay, thank you. Director Arcuri. Director Arcuri?
Yes, hi. I have another question about the capital expenditures. It doesn't make sense to me that the out years of that 5-year financial plan, the capital expenditures lines, the numbers are the same, even though we're talking about significantly different reductions in service. So why are we replacing capital at the same time that we're eliminating our services in the network? I don't follow that logic,
Interesting
please.
question. CFO Mackey?
Yes, yeah, great question. So in all of these scenarios, we used the existing asset management plan. There could be potential for, based on what you're saying, if there's service hour modifications, to pull some of that back. But given that the board voted on these 5 scenarios, I believe it was roughly 2 weeks ago, it's not enough time to be able to go into that level of detail. And there's probably a few other things in here similar to that aren't perfect. And we did note that these are estimates and subject to change, but we wanted to give you a pretty directional view.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Director Arcuri? Okay, thank you. Director Nicholson. And if I could ask everybody to sort of limit their time and their questions, we're running pretty late. We have 3 more items to go through. Director Nicholson.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that, the alternative to financing the things in the TAM is to just not spend the money in the first place. And I think that we're going to have to take a hard look over the next year to 18 months as to whether or not, if we're making hard decisions about service cuts, we should make hard decisions about things that we thought we would have to spend money on, but maybe we don't have to. So.
Okay, thank you. I do want to mention that at our next Finance Committee meeting, I am hoping that we're going to be going over the capital plan, budget plan. So it'll come back up, no worries. Director Geisinger, you've not said much lately.
Thank you. Just a quick question. If I understood right, you're saying that they could finance $40 million in buses in 2027 and up to 500 million that we would need to purchase in 2028. Is that right?
CFO Mackey?
It was off the top of my head, but I believe it's over 40 million potentially in 2027 we could finance. And it is definitely potentially over 500 million in 2028 based on what we presented to this committee in May in the asset management plan.
And can you just remind me, is it just that so many buses are reaching the end of their life in 2028? What happens there? Sorry if I forgot it.
May I, Ms. Chair?
Yes, please.
So it is based on the asset management plan recommendations for bus replacements. I can't speak off the top of my head to where they are in estimated useful life, and I see GM CEO Johnson's raised her hand as well. But it is based on current projections.
Okay, CEO Johnson, if you want to respond.
Yes, just real succinctly. So recognizing the TAM is predicated upon useful life benchmarks. Basically, that's what it's predicated upon, the age of the fleet and what the projection is in reference to how many miles would be there and what I spoke to earlier about the 500,000 miles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also want to bring everybody's attention to last month. We had a lot of detail on the capital budget. You might want to go back to that packet and you can get a lot of detail, quite a bit of detail in there. Okay, Director Geisinger, did you have a follow-up question?
No, it's okay. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. No, we're getting late. Director Guzman, you're up next.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit confused in how this would violate the fiscal policy that we currently have, because this is a capital replacement, which we're supposed to avoid additional debt to fund it. However, this is financially advantageous to the agency, so that full line doesn't actually violate or impinge on the fund balance policy. So am I missing something?
CFO Mackey, do you want to respond?
Yes, so off the top of my head again, but I believe in the fiscal policy, it indicates that ongoing operations cannot be funded with debt. But if we're funding capital with debt, that's okay. What's in the fiscal policy, though, is we do need to have a capital replacement reserve. And some of these scenarios show that there is not one. And essentially, we're not keeping enough capital replacement reserve for asset management plan requirements through 2031 and frankly into 2032, because there's a big need in 2032. And at least the $0 service hour modification scenario shows negative unrestricted reserves. So there's a few things like that too.
Okay,
May I-
Director Guzman, any follow-up question or comment?
Yes, capital improvement policy number 3 does tell us that we're supposed to prioritize with the TAM and the AMP to be able to do this. So there's really no violation here of doing that except for the fund is the issue. I just want to be very clear on this point because the fund is supposed to be there to be able to do this. If we're following all of these policies, then we're not actually violating anything. We are actually prioritizing and following the policy by making this happen. So I just want to be clear, right? At the end of this, if this comes back for a recommended action, it's not in violation of the fiscal policy. It is leaning on 2 of the stronger legs of the policy where there's a weaker one, but we're not actually breaking anything and we're not in violation of it. So I want to make sure that we are focused on that. And the other part of it is we can't run a transportation system without vehicles that are in good repair. And so I believe that since we are supposed to make lives better through connection, we need the buses to be able to make those connections, everybody. This seems like a no-brainer to me if we're talking about what's potential savings and benefits the agency. And I know that it is something that is not particularly well liked, and we did indeed have a conversation about this as a board. But it wasn't a finality. It was last year's FIFE that this conversation came out of and was delayed until this year. And we're here to have this conversation about going forward. The other thing I'll say really quickly is that this is not just the finance committee, it's finance and planning. And the planning is just as important as the financial piece of it. We're supposed to be looking forward 5, 10, 30 years to be able to set the agency on the right path so we can continue forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take one more question, then I've got a question, and then we're going to move on to the next item because we still have 3 more to go through. Director Ruscia.
Thank you. So when I looked at this and I looked at the capital expenditure, I had a lot of questions in my head. Like we reduced our expected spend by $100 million over what was budgeted or forecasted. I don't know, I wasn't in, maybe other people had conversations and they got filled in, but I don't know where that came from. The 700 million known unknown made me a little bit nervous. I have looked at our TAM and, and now we're talking about $500 million in bus replacement. I asked a question of staff, what about our light rail vehicle replacement? And as I understand, that might cost $2 billion, but we don't know how we're going to pay for it yet. So with all that being said, and we also want to make sure we're running a safe system and trains aren't coming off the tracks because we didn't maintain something, could staff maybe just follow up as soon as you can with just a little bit more information about knowns, unknowns, and what we have planned and whatever, shifts that we may have made relative to when we're spending what dollar. That will just help me make a decision in a couple of weeks when we have a, more comprehensive vote. With that, I also have a question. So going back to the packet, I'm confused as to what implementation date the service cut scenario assume. So we've talked about implementing these cuts in March or April of next year, but obviously our fiscal year is a calendar year. So Ms. Mackey, can you speak to that? Are the projected assumptions based on different cut scenarios or cuts starting in January of next year or starting in, I don't know, second quarter? Thank you.
Okay, excuse me, CFO Mackey, if we could answer this question, this actually pertains to the next item on our agenda.
Yes.
But if you could answer this and then we can, I've got a question on the 5-year plan, so we can finish that up and then we'll go to the service reductions. So
Yes.
you could.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. So that's a great question. Again, these figures are estimates and subject to change, but for 2027, what was incorporated is 1/2 of the savings, so roughly half of the year, as well as the impact to fare revenue was approximately, that was actually spread throughout the year. So it's not an exact science, but it was roughly half in 2027.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my quick questions, If you go to page 99, the zero service hour modification, I have two questions. One is for the 27 budget, you've got grants at 175 million. Does that include or exclude the 44 million from CTE?
Yes, that's a great question. So that does not include it because as
Okay.
we listed in the assumptions that we are, and that was on page.
Okay, I just wanted to know
Okay.
because we've got 44 million coming in. And then when I go through the 27 numbers, okay, and I take out the transfer that you've made at the bottom from the reserves, and I take a look at the operating expenses, do the math, I come up with a deficit of 151 million. Does that sound right? As opposed to 215? Because all I did was take your revenue, added well, it didn't even add the 44 million yet. So if you take the revenue, take out the transfer, do the math, the deficit, instead of here, you're showing 20 million positive because of the transfers. But if you don't do the fund transfers, I see a deficit of 151. What am I missing?
What's not shown in here is depreciation expense. I mean, if you give me a couple minutes, I'm happy to look it up. But so the $250 million deficit is more of a P&L view, which incorporates depreciation expense as well as interest expense, which are not called out in this slide specifically. So that's the difference in the math.
Okay, but yeah, the others don't have it either. So, but anyway, so that's good news. So perhaps we don't need to go for 250 million. Perhaps it's 150 million should be our target. So with that, we will conclude. Thank you very much for all the information. You have provided a lot of information this past evening. So the next item on our agenda is to go back to the proposed 2027 budgeted service modifications. And so where we left our discussion was whether or not we were going to consider up to $20 million of service reductions in the 2027 budget. So we don't vote on it tonight. Operations will do it tomorrow. So it depends. It's up to you if you guys want to have a voice in this, or if you just want to let operations make the decision, and then we'll carry it forward to the board and we can have the full board discussion then. So any thoughts on whether or not you want to vote on 20 million or another figure as to what the target service reductions should be for 2027?
Just point of information, Madam Chair, is there a specific motion on the table?
There was. I can restate it.
Yes, because it doesn't match what's in the packet.
Correct. I know. So the motion would be the Board of Directors instructs staff to build a proposed 2027 budget based on $20 million service reductions. Staff will develop 3 service cut scenarios for the committee and board decision in September. These changes would take effect as soon as possible, May/June 27 service changes. So the gist of it is we would be instructing our staff again to give us some options with the goal of reducing our operating budget by 20 million or more or less. And so it's up to this committee if you want to make a decision. Again, this same question is going to go before the operations committee tomorrow. So it's up to you if you want to pursue it. Director Larson, I see you've got your hand up. Do you have a question or?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to say, I mean, I do want us to make a decision.
Okay.
I want us to decide to vote for no service cuts, 0%. That's what I want. I think that we can use vehicles like financing buses to manage our overall financial situation, and we can address this problem over the course of the next couple of years without doing any service cuts next year.
Okay, so is that a motion?
It's
Substitute?
it's not, but I can.
What's your
have a
call?
motion. We have your motion, and if it fails, then I would motion.
Okay. So I had made the motion. It was seconded by Director Arcuri. Do you want further discussion? Do you want to vote? Let's vote. If it goes down, then we'll go to your motion. And if that goes down, then we will defer to the operations committee. So I would like to,
Madam Chair, can I ask a clarifying question on your motion? So,
Director Rusha, yes, you are recognized.
oh, sorry. Thank you. So I'm confused. So you said bring back 3 options. I thought we are not I mean, can you explain what that means?
Well, that would mean we would be asking our staff to come back with several ways of coming up with service reductions that total $20 million for next year. The list that we currently have that we were given in our packet has already caused a lot of controversy, a lot of conversations, newspaper articles, media, discontent among a number of our cities. So that is why I'm asking for options to just take the list that we had received on Friday. I don't think it would be appropriate. We were actually told by our CEO that that was what she had told me just the other day is it's blue sky. It's just examples. And so we need something more definitive.
May I ask a follow-up?
Yes, of course.
So, so if the board next year is going to be making the final say on which routes, I guess my thought is that I don't know if it's beneficial for us to ask staff to go through this again, provide us 3 more lists, because that is subject to change anyway. And there was a lot of folks on the board said we wanted to do this in conjunction with the COA. And so I guess I'm not sure why we would, you know what I mean? Do have 3 options when the stat, like, this is going to change anyway next year.
Maybe. We don't know that. But what I want to do is we're not voting on what we're going to cut. We're voting on a number so that we can give that number to our budget staff so that they can pull together a budget next month in August.
But if then I'm just gonna yield. But if I understand, Madam Chair, your motion says give us 3 options to reach this $20 million.
Yes.
I'm assuming 3 options means we cut this and that, and that's like lines or type of service or whatever. And that's where I'm getting confused, because I feel like, I mean, I don't want to give staff mixed messages, and I'm starting to feel sorry for them, honestly.
No, that's fine.
I don't know what we're doing tonight.
It's
anymore.
just, if we were to take the list that we were given, it wouldn't pass. It's not going to pass the board. I mean, I know my cities will be very upset. Denver's very upset. I haven't looked at some of the other cities that it would affect. So I think we need to come up with, first of all, talk to one another, find out what we're all thinking. 2, we do need to reach out to the public, which will occur once we start the discussion and we've got some lists to talk about and look at. But that's again, not something that I want to get into tonight, because I think we should save that for discussion in September. And maybe I'm actually in favor of a special meeting where we just do that, because I can see long discussion by the board. It's going to be extremely tough. My goal is to keep the budget number at about 20 million. I'm guessing because the operations committee last month had some higher numbers, that personally worries me. But that's why I'm suggesting 20 million. If you want to pick another number and make a motion, please do that. I'm just trying to come up with, again, a compromise number. If I had my druthers, I would pick more like 10 to 15 million, not 20. Actually, my first choice would be 0. But after talking to a lot of folks, trying to look at the budget numbers, trying to figure out how we can come as close as possible to a balanced budget, I selected 20. If somebody wants a different number, let's talk about it.
Point of inquiry.
Yes, Director Guzman.
Thank you. The motion that was tabled, when you read it back, Madam Chair, you said X% service with reductions are established to save X dollars. The original motion that we laid on the table that was properly seconded that we can discuss right now, you said $8 to $12 million. That was
no, that was for fair.
for the
This
fair?
is your
Okay,
service
so this is
reduction.
20 million. I'm sorry, I'm
No, quite all
trying
right.
to
We're
keep all
getting
of it
tired.
together.
I get it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's vote. It was seconded. If it passes, that'll give some direction to the other board members. If it doesn't, then operation, and we can also take other amendments. Mr. Kroll, I see you were going to help us steer through this.
Yes, I just want to make sure that I have the direction to amend this board report accordingly. What you are suggesting here is that we remove this X% service reduction from the
Yes.
committee's recommendations, place 20 million annual servings target, and ask for the 3 scenarios. And I'll
Correct. Thank you
work on
for
this.
clarifying and giving
Okay.
us a visual. I appreciate
Okay,
it.
great. That's all I've got. I'm
Yeah.
gonna leave it there and let you all proceed.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I just need to raise another point of order or clarification. So-
Yes, Director Rusha, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we don't have anything else on the agenda. So if this fails, we can't, I mean, we shouldn't just be throwing out other motions. Like the motion that's out is not even on the agenda. So I would offer that we need to make motions to amend versus, does that make sense? Like if somebody wants to throw out a different number, then we need to make a motion to amend. And I don't know, maybe Jack, if you have thoughts, because like otherwise we're just adding things to the agenda that's not agendized.
Okay, Mr. Kroll, do you want to give us some guidance here?
Director Rusha is correct. The more proper thing would be to revoke the motion, make a motion to amend the board report to indicate these 2 things.
Okay, thank you. So Director Larson, are you interested in making an amendment?
No. You need to remove your motion for the 20 million and make a motion to amend. Does that make sense? And that way, if this doesn't pass, you still have the ability to amend the motion. The item, excuse me.
It's late. You're starting to lose me, Mr. Kroll.
So it's easy here. All that needs to happen is, so I'm not recalling who seconded this motion.
It was Director Arcuri.
Director Arcuri. So if Director Arcuri and Director Banker would like to remove their initial motion here and remake the motion to amend the board report to indicate that the committee recommends a $20 million annual savings target and requests 3 scenarios. Does that make?
Yes, if that's simpler
Okay.
for everybody, I will accept that change. Director Arcuri, will you accept that change? Okay.
Okay.
So then do we have, my question then is another amendment?
Nope, you can only debate one amendment at a time unless Director Larson wants to amend your amendment, which I don't believe it was his intent.
Okay.
You are in a place now where you can vote on your motion. I do see that Director Nicholson has his hand raised, but it is your purview as chair whether or not to recognize him or proceed with the vote.
Director Nicholson, can you keep your comments down to 60 seconds or less?
I can keep them far less than that. I just wanted to say that if you guys choose not to pass this, the Operations, Safety, and Security Committee stands ready to bring to the board a recommendation unilaterally, and we are very prepared to do so. So I just
Thank you. I just have a suspicion that our 2 committees may come up with different numbers from everyone I've talked to, but thank you for that. Okay, let's vote. Director Arcuri.
Yes.
Director Geisinger.
Yes.
I assume Director Gushenrieder still has not joined us. Okay, so let's go. Director Guzman.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Director Larson.
No.
Director Rusha.
No.
Okay, and myself is a yes, so that fails. We're a tie. So consequently then, we have no decision made. And so operations, Director Nicholson. Excuse me, Director Larson, did you want to?
Yeah, now I would like to make a motion that we do the same thing that you recommended, except have the percentage or the dollar amount be $0 rather than 20 million. I don't know
Okay, is there a
how to do that
second?
exactly.
Let's keep it simple right now. I would suggest you just make it 0. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, 0.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Anybody to second? Oh,
No.
excuse me. Okay, Mr. Kroll.
And just a reminder, you're moving to amend the board report as presented in the packet to indicate the committee recommends that scenario. Just want to clarify that. So that
Okay.
needs a second.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
second.
Okay, we got a second. So let's vote on it.
Sorry, I'm sorry to be the point of order person tonight. If I may, I don't know if it's a point of order or just flagging the logistical issue. If we can't say to staff 0% or 0 cuts and give us 3 scenarios to look at for 0 cuts.
Correct. We're not saying that. We're just saying it's going to be 0.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, can we vote? Oh, excuse me, Director Larson, do you have another comment or question?
No, sorry.
Okay, so shall we move forward? Director Arcuri,
No.
Director Geisinger,
Yes.
Director Guzman,
Yes.
Director Larson,
Yes.
Director Rusha.
No.
Okay, I'm a yes. So at least we've got something coming out of our committee and we will have a vigorous debate. So we are at 0. We'll see what the operations committee decides tomorrow night. Let's see, it is 9:30. I will ask the question. We've got 2 more items, a discussion on Fast Track's internal savings account and a draft of our fiscal policy revisions, which, just FYI, it's just a discussion. We're not, as you know, we're not voting on it. We still have, some of us still have a little bit more work that we want to do, and I am hoping to bring this forward, perhaps even in a special finance committee meeting, so we can get this done and get everybody's comments and go forward. I see Taishrei, Ms. Parrish, your hand is up. What would you like to tell us?
Well, I believe Jack can correct me, but you voted on the motion to amend, but you didn't vote on the main motion as amended.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kroll, you missed that one. And certainly I did too. So shall we vote? We
We're
voted.
a little out of order here, to be honest, because you voted now on a motion to amend and there wasn't an underlying motion to,
Okay,
pass the
Mr.
main
Kroll,
motion.
tell us what we need to do to get to an answer, please.
I think we were good where we were. And we can adjust the board report accordingly unless anyone has objections.
Does anybody have objections with the vote? It was 5-1. Okay, it stands.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so here's my question. Let's a motion to adjourn or a motion to continue? What's your druthers?
I would continue.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, let's go forward then. Fast Track's internal savings account. That is, I believe, CFO Mackey. Are you going to present something with us tonight?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Kelly Mackey, Chief Financial Officer again. So next I'll walk through the Fast Track's internal savings account, often also referred to as FISA, and clarify both its history and the financial implications that are directly relevant to our long-term fiscal sustainability. The FISA was created by the board in 2012 with a very specific purpose to establish a savings mechanism dedicated to future Fast Track's corridors and projects. It was designated as a forward-looking reserve, not a general operating fund, and its use is restricted accordingly. The creation of the FISA traces back to a structural realization more than a decade ago. Fast Track's revenue assumptions expected annual growth in bus feeder service, what we sometimes call rubber tires support service, to expand in step with the build-out of the Fast Track's network. By 2013, it was clear that the revenue hours were not increasing as originally projected, and the board responded by capping Fast Track's contributions to base system bus and paratransit feeder service at 2013 levels plus inflation using the Denver Aurora Lakewood CPI. That cap is what allowed contributions into FISA to begin accumulating. So FISA is structurally tied to a policy choice limiting feeder service growth so that the difference between actual Fast Tracks revenue and capped feeder support can be saved for future Fast Tracks capital needs. And FISA's permitted funding sources are clearly defined in the fiscal policy, and they include CPI-based cap on that feeder service and paratransit funding from Fast Tracks, sale or lease of RTD properties, local financial participation above 2.5%, and any excess Fast Track sales and use tax collection that the board directs into the account. The packet outlines these sources in detail for the 2013 through 2026 period, which are included in the regular monthly board briefing documents. For 2013 through 2025, these funding mechanisms generated a total of $272 million in sources, largely driven by the CPI-based limitation on the base system feeder support. But it's equally important to understand what FISA cannot do. Fast Tracks funds, whether within or outside of FISA, may not be used for base system needs except for bus or ADA services that directly support Fast Tracks infrastructure. And that restriction is not negotiable, comes directly from the voter-approved Fast Tracks plan. Packet also shows the uses of FISA over time, including draws for US 36 bus rapid transit development, North Metro Corridor, and Southeast Rail Extension, consistent with FISA's intended purpose. The Joint Service 90% conceptual design funding approved last April also appears in the 2026 column. After accounting for sources and uses, the current reported FISA balance stands at $192 million. That number is often misinterpreted as available cash, but I want to reinforce this is not a portion of unrestricted net position, a long-term reserve booked under Fast Tracks, not a liquid pool we can move freely. It's both restricted by board policy and structurally tied to Fast Tracks long-term obligations. And as staff communicated on September 30, 2025, Fast Tracks does not have sufficient ongoing revenue to contribute $20 million per year into FISA while simultaneously covering its share of paratransit service. At the May 27, 2026 board study session, the agency's external financial advisor summarized the issue clearly that as fiduciaries, the board must ensure the viability of the system and balancing revenues and expenses is essential for ongoing operations. So in closing, packet pages 106 through 108 reinforce a central message that while FISA was created with a worthy intent and has historically supported Fast Tracks capital needs, the agency's current financial reality requires a bit of recalibration of expectations. And we must ensure that FISA continues to serve its intended purpose while also acknowledging that unrestricted base system reserves and the ability to fund state of good repair needs must remain our priority. And Chair Banker, that concludes the overview.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions? Director Guzman.
Can we enumerate the Fast Tracks projects that are allowable for use under this? Because it's not simply building trains. There's more to it than that.
CFO Mackey?
Yes, I think we have that in some of the Fast Tracks materials that are out there and available on the website. I can't list them off specifically off the top of my head now, but that material is available.
Thank you. Also, then bringing this forward is very cool. I appreciate it. What do we do about it, guys? Like, are we going to discontinue funding this from subsidizing it from our base operations, which is probably a really wise idea and the recommendation that's herein for the discussion, as well as stopping to put in any additional funds from things like real estate sales or leases so that money can be properly used for our base operations or put into other purposes besides this where it's locked up and unavailable to us. Rhetorical question, you all can chew on that one for a little bit. More specifically for you, CFO Mackey, when it comes to this Fast Track savings account, internal savings account, it's a line item, a fund that we have probably misnamed for a number of reasons. But also, what's the reality of just putting the 0.04% collection or the 0.4% collection into FISA by itself and just nothing else goes in there unless we have a match for something that we would then be able to draw it out from.
Okay,
Seems
CFO
like that's
Mackey.
the no-brainer part of what we're trying to get to is that Fast Tracks tax goes to Fast Tracks fund and nothing else.
CFO Mackey, can you answer that, please?
Yes, thank you. I want to make sure I understand the question because the 0.4% tax goes into revenue, sales and use taxes revenue, so that's where that flows.
So what are we putting into FISA? What's the end goal here?
CFO Mackey.
Yeah, so thank you. It had been limited to the funding increases for bus and paratransit expansion over CPI, but that was discontinued this past year. So currently nothing is going in.
Okay, thank you. If we can move on to the next, I would like to urge everybody to keep their questions or comments to about 2 minutes, because we're going to head up to 10 o'clock. Going to break a record, I think. Director Ruscia, comments, questions?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for allowing this discussion. This was my request. So it was stated it was stated that we have paused contributions, and from what I understood from our monthly packet, we basically we put in a contribution for this year, but then we also like debited it for like other, I don't know, might have been maintenance or something. But I guess what I'm confused is like in some of our documents, we show continuing to contribute 20 million or more, plus into the future.
Mm-hmm.
But then I've also been told that we've paused. And I guess I just want clarification from staff. Like, did the board say we pause indefinitely, or did we just pause for the last couple of years when we approach, our budget resolution? And so that would be like my first question. So we get clarity on like what the current policy is.
Okay, CFO Mackey, if you could respond.
Yes. So in the monthly board briefing documents, also in the materials this evening, in the 2025 column, you can see the 22 million for 2025, but also the negative amount for the same dollar amount listed as debt service and operations funding, which essentially means we didn't fund it because it's showing coming in a rate coming out. And then that goes back to the memo I discussed that was communicated to the board on September 30, 2025, where we explained Fast Tracks does not have sufficient ongoing revenue to contribute 20 million per year into FISA while simultaneously covering its share of paratransit service.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go with, if I could move to the two other directors, and we'll come back to Director Ruscia. Director Larson, do you have a question or comment?
Yeah, so just so I'm clear, so the $192 million that's in the balance, we are required by state law to spend that on Fast Tracks stuff, but we don't need to at this point contribute any more money to it unless we decide to. Is that correct?
CFO Mackey.
I would say according to the board adopted fiscal policy, there are certain scenarios where we should contribute money to it. So if the board wanted to officially discontinue, I would recommend changing the fiscal policy. And I would go back through some of the materials, but basically, yes, the Fast Tracks ballot measure funding does require that money is spent on Fast Tracks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Director Larson, is that your final?
That's it.
Thank you. Director Arcuri. Director Arcuri.
Thank you. Ms. Mackey, what is the risk thing, like medium, low? What is all that about, please, on this chart?
CFO Mackey.
I don't know the answer to that question. I apologize. It's I've only been at RTD a year, but I don't know definitively what that means. I can get back with you on that.
Thank you. Director Arcuri, any other comments or questions? No. Okay. Director Ruscia, did you have another comment or question?
Yeah, I did. So as I understand, so I guess comment, then I'll ask a question. So my comment is like just for everyone, just to remind everybody, like if you just take the top line here under identified sources, the limit Fast Track funding increases for bus and paratransit expansion to CPI, that's money that would have otherwise gone to the base because that was part of Fast Track's plan. And if you total that up, that is back of the napkin math, like 2/3 of contributions. So we're already subsidizing like the FISA with money meant for base, including paratransit funds. Just want to put that out there. Most of these dollars anyway, weren't necessarily meant for rail projects. But I just want to get clarification on the contributions and contributions moving forward. So as I understood it in our budget conversations that we had up until this point, it was assumed that we would continue to pause the contributions, right? So like, is that correct? It's just that the board hasn't made that policy moving forward.
See,
So I'm looking at these other documents, it looks like we paused contributions, or were those other budget projections and cash flow projections, including FISA contributions moving forward?
Okay, CFO Mackey, can you answer that?
Yes, I can partially. So for the 2026 budget, it's showing here that it's paused. It's hard for me to speak to beyond 2026 because we haven't officially approved anything for 2027 and beyond. So.
Okay. Thank you. Director Rusha, follow up.
Yeah, sorry. But okay, when I'm going like to packet page, like starting on 99, when we have those other scenarios, like if we cut X, this is what our future cash flow looks like. I guess I'm just trying to clarify, I'm just making sure that future FISA contributions are not included in those scenarios.
Yes. May I, Mr.?
Yes, please.
So correct, the FISA balance in those scenarios does not change. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
It was late. I just wanted to make sure that I read what I read.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions from the committee? Okay, can we move on then? Thank you. Thank you, CFO Mackey. I appreciate it. We have one more item. And Director Rusha, I believe this one is yours. And this item is Board of Directors Draft 2027 Fiscal Policy Revisions. And you asked if you could speak to that. That would be great if you could. Director Rusha?
Thank you. I will keep this brief. So on packet page 117, starting on packet page 117, you will find a memo from myself to Chair Banker that essentially just summarized where we were on potential fiscal policy revisions. I'll go over them very briefly. I'll just summarize. So the first is essentially just clarifying our capital carry forward policy, and also asks staff to provide more information when we have multi-year projects. So instead of saying you can have $160 million for a rail project, please spend it within 3 years, staff would also have to say this is what we expect to spend in like year 1, 2, and 3, just to get us closer to some budget discipline. And that's something that directors have talked about for a couple of years now, just having maybe a SIP book that's more on the up and up. The second thing that I think we're mostly in alignment with is just some clarifying language on the TAM. It doesn't detract from like federal requirements. It just it kind of restates the obvious, but it just makes updates there. And then I'll move towards the balanced budget. So balanced budget is something that we discussed upon request from this committee. If you guys remember, we had a bit of a round robin about what we thought a balanced budget was. So there is a working updated definition in progress right now. Staff has flagged a couple of issues with like semantics, but I just wanted to let the committee know that this is in there because it was upon request. We've also had discussions, moving on, we've also had discussions about, what do we do when we are in a period of a structured deficit like now? Like, what do we prioritize? That's still being worked out. We have gotten feedback from staff and directors. I don't think we're in alignment, so I would strongly recommend folks to make sure you read over that and email feedback to, I think, Mr. Kroll, so that we can try to come to a consensus before we pass this. And then finally, one thing that I just want to flag, because it is a major functional difference for this committee and future F&P committees, is that we have a proposal on the table to do a mid-year budget amendment. We used to do that. We moved away from that. And there seems to be consensus among committee members that we bring that back. So I don't know if that about summed it up. But Chair Baker, I'll turn that over to you, or my colleague Vice Chair Curie, since she worked on this with me as well.
Okay, thank you very much for all of your hard work on this. It is appreciated. And the last point that you made is very important. And I have talked several times now to our CEO and CFO about the need to come forward for sure in September to talk about budget amendments to the 2026 budget. Because as you can see tonight, there were some changes and we've made changes, we've made appropriations. So thank you very much. We will continue this discussion. Are there any comments or questions for Director Ruscia and the fiscal policy? Okay, so with that, are there any other matters to discuss, committee? And so seeing that, here we go. As a reminder, the board does not hold any meetings during the month of August. So the next regularly scheduled Finance and Planning Committee will be scheduled for Tuesday, September 15th at 5:30 p.m. We may, however, so keep note of this, we may, however, hold a special Finance and Planning Committee to discuss the fiscal policy. And that's something that I need to talk with Director Arcuri and Director Ruscia. So seeing no other discussion, the meeting is adjourned at 9:46 p.m. So thank you all for your hard work. I appreciate it. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. And we will move forward and we will be putting together a 2027 budget. So sleep well. I hope you don't toss and turn thinking about RTD tonight, but I hope to see you all.